All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome. We're in here. Thanks for jumping in at the beginning of the stream or listening to the beginning of the VOD, you insane person. Thanks. Beginning of stream subs. What's up, Keith Love? Thank you for 75 months. Pumping it in chat right now. Appreciate being the first sub of the day. Epic Joe also pumping it for almost 3 years. Thanks for dropping the Prime, Epic Joe. J. Micah Cooper also pumping it. Very unique subscriber messages coming in. For 104 months of copying other smarter chatters. And also howdy Citroen, hi. Almost 4 years of being a silly subscriber. And thank you, the random girl. That random girl also pumping it. That's 4 out of 5 pumpets. I rate this stream. I would not rate this stream 4 out of 5 pumpets because we're going back in to Terra Invicta after a couple months, which, well, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% committing to like a brand new big campaign. I'm kind of just wanting to like play around and see if a campaign manifests, you know, I'm gonna give it a chance. It's like putting a seed down in the soil. Sometimes you nurture it and it grows. Sometimes you don't have a green thumb and then it shrivels on the vine, you know? So we're just kind of planting the seed and seeing what arises, because tomorrow I'm gonna be trying out Subnautica 2. And let's be honest, I have low expectations for it, but I'm gonna give it an honest, objective, as subjective as I can be, take on Subnautica 2 Early Access. And then next week is Mechanicas, the sequel, which I am afraid of because I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to be disappointed. That's in like 8 days. So I guess next Thursday. So the little XCOM 2 music we got going right now is even more fitting than I expected. I remember the streams from the original Mechanicas, which were weird because it was a really fun, interesting game that had very little interest from chat, and I remember stopping streaming it because people seemed to not care about it that much. I wonder if that has changed since the first one came out. Grenade! I don't even remember when the first one came out. I guess we'll find out next Thursday. Hopefully it's good. Something to look forward to. Okay. Somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. We're gonna be starting a new campaign, and we'll see if it's to be continued at the end of today. See how we feel. I think I'm gonna try. I guess the title have already committed to playing a campaign specifically as the Humanity First faction instead of Project. I'm tired of doing Project Exodus over and over again. Not that I've ever won or seen a campaign all the way to the end, but I'm tired of seeing the same story pop-ups for my faction, so I need to pick a different faction. So it's really either Humanity First or the Initiative. Those are the top two choices. Have you done the Resistance? No, and I never will. Ever. All right, let's get this on. You don't know me. It's like you don't even know me. Hello, Blywin. How's it going, gamer? Let me scroll up in chat. It's just a bunch of people post and pump it. Fair enough. Thanks for beginning of stream subs, though. Appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Welcome to the start. This is called I Had Nothing Better to Do Today. And it's the only game that sounded fun. There's at least one game that I've got that I want to try that I don't know if I'm going to like, but we'll try that next week. You'll see. We'll see. I don't want to tell you what it is in case I decide not to do it. But I got one game in the pocket to maybe check out. But it's pretty dry right now. It is very dry. I looked at what games we were playing like this time last year. We were also playing Star Sector this time last year, so I just checked that off the list. But we also had some other things. Like, there were honestly some bangers last year. We had Blueprints around this time, which we played for like at least a week straight. That was fun. I enjoyed the little kind of side quest of trying to get as far as I could in Blueprints. There was also... God, what were the... I was like, oh, there's a few games, and I immediately forgot. I remember, like, just a little bit after now, we were getting ready for Death Stranding 2. So we did a full Death Stranding 1 replay. And then did Death Stranding 2, of course. But it is interesting to see, like, what came last year. Yeah, we were doing Voices of the Void about this time last year. Of course, it was novel then. I'm not. We might play some Voices of the Void again, but it just won't be the same, you know? That first playthrough, you only get to really have that everything is new and scary and unknown once. Unfortunately, it is that kind of experience. You can't, if you could erase your memory and experience it again a second time, brand new, that'd be amazing. I think that would be one of the top games I would pick for such a hypothetical of, like, if you could erase your memory of one game and experience it again for the first time. Voice of the Void would be up there. But yeah, we were also playing Schedule 1 around this time last year. That was a banger. Blueprints, Voices of the Void. Then I did some Out of the Park. 26. I was obsessed with that for a while. I actually have started the process. I'm not going to stream 27, but I started getting Out of the Park 27 ready so I could import my old campaign that I was doing off stream onto the new one, because it's about that time for me to go into baseball hermit mode in my free time when I'm just chilling. But then there was F1 Manager for a bit last year. And then Hearts of Iron 4, of course. But then it was like big Death Stranding time. And then, of course, the RimWorld DLC came out. And we're still probably, by their schedule, we're still, unfortunately, like 8 months away from another RimWorld DLC at the earliest, I would think. I don't know. I have no idea when another one will come out, but it was like July of last year, wasn't it? And they're usually a year and a half apart, maybe more like 7-ish months. I guess I could see something maybe December, January. Odyssey still feels new. It doesn't, no. I think after a 200+ hour campaign, I would disagree. I really didn't think Atomics was going back to Terra Invicta. Ever? You didn't think I would ever go back to one of my favorite grand strategy games, and one of the only grand strategy games that still exists that is playable? And that isn't been patched or expansioned into garbage like all the other ones? Well, you thought wrong. Yeah, after that, it was just super dry. Then in like September, it was like X4 for like 1 or 2 days. I couldn't tolerate it. Then Gates of Hell for like 1 day, 2 days. I couldn't tolerate it. Then Rings of Saturn, that was fun. Around that time, Megabonk came out. A little after that. Megabonk is still one of the best of the Vampire Survivor clones that came out, I think. Clover Pit was kind of a disappointment. We did Alien Isolation, did the full Alien Isolation playthrough. That was fun to at least have something to play through. Even if it had problems, it was still an enjoyable like stream experience. Cache Cleaner, not good. Ball Pit, not good in my opinion. Farthest Frontier had way too many problems. Man, that was honestly biggest disappointment of last year was, I think, Farthest Frontier not landing for me. Maybe it landed for other people and it's a me problem, but the combat was just not. And then Europa 5, which wasn't a disappointment because I already expected it to be bad, so I wasn't disappointed by it. But we did play a lot of Europa 5. Those were definitely a series of streams. Farthest Frontier had a big update and it has a no build grid option now. Grids were not the issue. That's a band-aid for a gushing wound. Dude, what the end of last year was ridiculous because we went from it was just, dude, I'm trying not to be, I'm gonna be negative. Going from like Ball Pit to Farthest Frontier to Crusader Kings 3 Japan and China DLC, to Europa 5, to Mountain Blade Boat DLC might be what broke me, I think. That honestly might have been just too many straws on the camel's back. just back to back to back to back. We did, however, have a little bit of treatment in the form of Vintage Story, which was fun. That wasn't new. Vintage Story's old, but you know, the Vintage Story saga was at least a little bit of triage for those disgusting wounds. And then My Winter Car, and then Menace, which was also, pains me to say it, a pretty big disappointment. And it's been rough. It's been rough, man. I've already gone back to EU4 and waiting a few years. I'm just, like, I just think, I don't think necessarily that games as a whole have gotten worse, but I do think that on average, games in my favorite genres have only gotten worse. Let's put it like that. Games within my favorite genres have just been steady slide downhill for like the last 4 years or so. It's crazy. Get my diagnosis. 2026 scenario, yep. Full solar system, yes please. Solar system, 8 factions, yes. Aliens arrive on Earth in 2026. I am not doing a tutorial. Even if I lose the game, I don't care. And I'm gonna try humanity first and probably lose, but that's okay. If I even make it that far. Like I said, this is kind of just poking around in the sandbox and seeing how I feel. We're gonna do veteran again, even though I'm not good enough to play against veteran aliens, but I'm not picking brutal. And we're gonna do the classic long campaign. Your strategies will take some time to play out. A lot of time, in fact. Too much, some say. Hey, it's House. What's up, Kelly McKillrat? How's it going? Alien ships performing surveillance ops in Earth orbit are a major threat. Destroy them immediately. What,
We remember the day the stars answered. The day we learned we were not alone. As a familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe, some of us saw wondrous possibility, and others, existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Every war is won well before it is fought. Leaders must be prepared, their plans in place.
Is that me?
And their weapons ready. A sheepdog cannot be trained when the wolves already hunt the flock. Our enemy is surely stronger. Their plans are noble, but this is our home. It can be our fortress or our tomb. There is only victory or death.
See, what really confuses me about our logo there, oh, never mind, it is just a handprint. Okay, in that representation, it was a handprint with like a line through it, so I thought I was saying like no humans. Which was confusing. It's supposed to be humanity first. An alien vessel has crashed down! Oh my goodness. Where's the music? While the wreckage is unrecoverable in China, we suspect an alien life form has escaped into the surrounding countryside.
Reporting for duty, Colonel.
Oh.
The Council has appointed you leader of our organization. I am Hans Castillo, your Adjutant General. The alien arrival represents the greatest danger to humanity in the history of our species. As such, we have formed a small group of military intelligence, and science personnel committed to protecting our planet. We must build up our numbers and influence, investigate the aliens and their activities, and defend ourselves from extraterrestrial threat by any means necessary.
I recommend we send a counselor to investigate the crash site as soon as possible. Our other counselors may be best used trying to gain influence in nations that may be able to contribute resources to the cause. An alien spacecraft has been detected in upper atmosphere. It's crashed in a remote location and apparently self-destructed. Send a counselor to evaluate this threat. You got it. Okay, I need to... I forgot where... Where does camera go? Over here? I don't remember where I would put it before. Maybe somewhere over there? Or is this blocking anything? We'll see. I don't think I've played Humanity First before. I'm not good at this game. If you came here and you're good at... I don't really do meta stuff. I kind of just play and try weird things until I eventually hit a brick wall and then give up. Or get bored. But I do really enjoy the game as a whole for the reasons that most people who have rated it poorly don't, in fact. I'm here for bleeding edge strats. The only bleeding edge strats are going to be our faction bleeding under the yoke of the aliens who have taken over the world under my watch. Sorry, I'm just reading chat. Hans Castillo is a Command and Conquer villain played straight. Yeah, pretty much. I miss Command and Conquer. There's actually a game coming out that does really resemble... There's been a number of games that try to emulate the Command and Conquer series, but there's another one, I can't remember the name of it, that's coming out... I don't know if it has a release date, actually, but it looks good. And the other ones I feel like have looked bad. What is it? Chad, do you know any Command and Conquer likes that are coming out in the near future? Not Command and Conquer, but a different RTS. I am very much hoping that the new Dawn of War is good. I would really like it to be good. That being said, every time I say I want an RTS to be good, I never end up playing it because I said the same thing about the last Age of Empires, and then it was good, and then I just didn't play it. Dorf? Dorf looks like it has potential. I don't think that's the one that I'm thinking of. Maybe it is. I don't know. Dorf looks like it has potential, but I think there's another one. Zero Space? I don't think I've seen Zero Space before. Okay. Anyway. Let's see what we got going on. Chat, how many of you guys have never... Even though I streamed this a couple months ago, okay, confess if you've never seen or know anything about this game. Me. Okay, only 4, 5 me's, 6 me's, 7 me's, 8 me's. 9 me's, 10 me's. Okay, I've seen you play it. That's not what I asked. Okay. Mods, ban all those chatters for not watching the previous streams. Mods? Just kidding. We don't have any mods. So this is it's a 4X basically, and the premise is that we're starting in real time February 2026. It's a long game. Like a full campaign of this game is going to take like 100 hours. Really, not an exaggeration. So you'll often get like 30 to 40 hours into a campaign and be like, oh, Yeah, I messed that up like 20 hours ago, but I didn't realize it. So you have to start over, which puts a lot of people off, understandably, because of the time commitments. And it can be repetitious and it can be repetitive, but I think that the ambitiousness of what it sets out to do and what it achieves are extremely respectable. I love ambitious games, and I wish more games would have the, I guess, the desire to be ambitious. Like, sometimes I want big scope, and this is a big scope game. So at first, when we begin, we're just a tiny little faction that doesn't have a lot of influence at all. Our goal is to basically work our way into the governments of the world and become the shadow organizations, the shadow cabals of conspiracy. So we're trying to get to the point where we're effectively controlling or pulling the puppet strings of nations of our choice from around the globe and manipulating them to whatever our faction's end is. In this case, we're playing as Humanity First, and Humanity First wants to eradicate the aliens, which are real in this timeline, or at least so far they believe that they're real, right? We know that the game's premise is that the aliens are real. They don't know that yet in the game. But other factions have different objectives. So not only do we want to eradicate the aliens, Humanity First is kind of the bad guy faction, but it could be the good guy if you're part of that faction. You think you're doing good. We don't want to just get rid of all the aliens. We want to get rid of any faction who is supporting the aliens in any way, shape, or form, including other humans who are working, in our perception, against humanity's interests. So the other factions have their own goals. So we have asymmetric factions. You can play as any of them, and they're working sometimes together on purpose, sometimes together unwittingly, or sometimes completely opposed to each other, depending on what they want to do. So before, we were playing as Project Exodus, whose premise was, we've already lost if the aliens are here, so the only thing we can do is go find another world to settle and just give up on this one. So they want to find a way to build colony ships and leave. You can also play as a faction that supports the aliens. So there's the easiest faction to play is the Servants, because the aliens are already extremely strong. So you could play as the Servants and try and thwart the humans, bring in the new alien overlords, and have them take control. You could play as kind of an in-betweener faction, the the Protectorate, and those guys want to appease the aliens, but they want to do so in the name of keeping humanity safe. So they're not trying to actively serve, they're just trying to like figure out what the aliens want, appease them, and maybe things will calm down. Then you've got like the hardest campaign, I think, is the Academy, who want to become so technologically advanced that we effectively prove to the aliens that we're the same as them. We're worthy of respect and should be treated on equal footing. So you've got different victory conditions per faction, so you're working toward different things in each one. And I think that that's really interesting. So there's 8 of those factions. You can also play as the Resistance, which is basically the XCOM faction. They don't want to hurt other humans, but they want to like resist the takeover of the aliens. And then you've got the Initiative, who just want to power grab. They're basically the pyramid with the eye Illuminati, trying to capitalize on the chaos of the alien invasion to gain power and influence in the world for their own ends, become rich and everything else. So what you start by doing is kind of going through and deciding where to grab some seats of power, and you can pick nations that will kind of do different things for you. Oh, that's why I can't be here, because of the priority list. Was I just like up here or something? I don't know where my cam was at before, ages ago. Somewhere up there is fine, I guess. So each time you take control, these little circles up here, these are the seats of power, the control points, as they're called, that different nations can control. So it's entirely possible, and what'll happen often is different factions will share control of a nation, and you're trying to sort of edge them out, usually to get full control, or at least take control of the executive branch, which often comes with control of an army, as this little star indicates. And then for each control point you own, you get to decide what the nation is focusing on. It could be knowledge, so you get research points. It could be boosting their economy so they get more points to invest in their priority list. You could start building armies or researching nuclear weapons or getting better control over space assets and stuff with mission control. But then, once you've sort of secured a base of operations here, you're only allowed to manage so much, governed by your control points. So different nations that are more or less valuable will cost differing amounts of control points to maintain control of, and we're going to increase that cap over the course of the game. But then, once we've got a foothold somewhere and we're starting to consolidate our power, then we start to look outward at the solar system, starting with Luna and picking some spots on the moon, making some little space bases there. We can also get satellites, and there's different resources like water and fissile material and metals and stuff to get. And then once you've got some different spots on the moon, then you go beyond that and you go to Mars. So there's Mars over there. So Mars has got a number of different randomly, the sites are the same, but their resources are random each playthrough. So the same site might be more or less valuable resource-wise game to game. So we have to send out probes eventually and kind of find out what types of materials they've got and try to claim the best ones. The problem is that as we're expanding from the moon to Mars, and then from Mars to different asteroids or moons of other planets, such as Mars, you go to Ceres also over here. And we can, sorry, what I'm trying to say is, once you're done expanding a little bit past those points and you're hitting some different asteroids, and there are a lot of rocks in space. I don't know if you knew that. The aliens are doing the same thing in reverse. So we cannot see them yet, but they are somewhere on the outer rim of our solar system. This is spoilers. you find this out within the first portion of the game. But the aliens are on the outer rim out there somewhere. We don't know where yet. And they're also developing their own infrastructure and working their way in. So eventually we're going to have to try and defend our holdings, or at least exert some power to try to maintain control of our holdings. Eventually the aliens, if they perceive us to be too threatening, will try and keep us down by destroying our assets and stuff. So it gets really crazy because the aliens are basically OP, and you have to kind of learn some basic meta strats to even be able to counter them, which I'm still, I don't really care to know those. I don't want to know those. I don't want any help from chat yet. I'll ask you if I want to know something specific. But you have to kind of enjoy the struggle a little bit because they will kick your ass. And there's a lot of nuance to how to actually defend against them. And then eventually, if you figure out how to hold your own against them and just take control, usually of low Earth orbit. If you can control low Earth orbit, you can stop the aliens from sending more agents onto Earth, which will really hamper their plans. Then you have to stay alive long enough to build up a space fleet, and then take that space fleet and take the fight back to the aliens and defend your interests on Mars or other valuable asteroids. And then one day, if everything goes perfectly, which you're never going to do on the first, second, or probably even third campaign with this game, actually take the fight back to their bases and try and wipe them out. Unless that's not your objective, right? Unless your objective is work with them as the servants or whatever. Hit them with the tech forest. These folks don't know. Why are you trying to scare them all away? You trying to scare everybody in chat? We don't need to look at the research and development tree yet. We're gonna go back and look at this probably 10 times over the course of the day today. They don't need to see this. This isn't even the full tech tree. This is the full tech tree. Would you say that 50% of the technologies on this tree are redundant, and there's sort of an unnecessary complication in figuring out which ones you need to ignore completely, and that's most of the complexity? That's what I would say. Unfortunately, it's a little... They went a little too crazy. Once you know what to look for, it's not that complicated. The problem is figuring out what to look for. P.S. I don't really know what to look for, but that's okay. I just click on buttons, and sometimes stuff happens. Ship components you'll probably never use, or the prereqs for them. True. So, let's do a couple things to get us started here. We know there's an alien vessel UFO crash down over here. We're going to try and investigate that on our first turn. We started our campaign as humanity first, of course. So we got 2 agents who are helping us out here, Janet Cunningham and Tajuddin Shahan. Can you rename? You can rename these guys. There we go. Okay. Janet is going to be a chatter. So let's pick a chatter. I don't want you guys to have to spend channel points because I might fire you. Not that you're using your channel points on anything anyway. But yeah, I might fire this person. I don't even know, you know? So I'm just going to make it... It's going to be someone who's been active in chat within the last 10 minutes. As in, type something. Okay, let's see. If you type whatever you want in chat right now, you could be one of the people Nightbot chooses. I'm gonna pick 2 people. Okay, I'm gonna roll it once there's 50 people. We're at 45, 47, 48, 49, 50. Choose a winner. Tank Zefrank. Family name Zefrank.
Reporting in.
Okay, both of you might get fired. I don't know. And then the next one, Restless DK. There you go. Now I'm gonna have to hire some more. So let's see who our agents are to start with, shall we?
Acknowledged.
Tank Zefrank is an undercover puppet master. They can access enemy tier 1 habs and ships, +1 to espionage when being detected. Monthly income of 8 influence. It's actually like really nice to start with at the beginning of the game, right? That's quite nice. Inscrutable, never seems to express a strong opinion. Apparent loyalty set to 12. So we don't really know how loyal they are, and they're prohibited from inspiring others. So persuasion is going to be less effective. Streetwise, skilled at navigating the dark corners of their home nation. +1 espionage when being detected, +1 security in home nation. You're from the US, so you can do stuff in the US a little better. That's not bad. You have 7 espionage to start. 6 investigation, 7 espionage. Okay, like this is pretty reasonable, and they seem to have a bunch of espionage. These are all the actions that they can do. Not every counselor will be able to do every action. But they've got the purge missions for espionage, which we want. We're not going to be assassinating very often. For investigation, they've got crackdown. So if they can do crackdown purge to start with, that's not bad. And then they have a little bit of persuasion, which could help us get some early control nation bids in to grab some hot spots. Okay, it's not bad.
Where to?
And then Restless DK, you got that 8 persuasion right out the gate. So public campaigning, which is going to raise our sort of popular opinion in different nations. Going to use that a lot. You can help inspire. You can do control nation. They seem to have the essentials that I want for a persuasion agent. And they've got 6 command as well, which right now is only coup and increase unrest. Okay. You're an addict, addicted to an illicit substance and willing to go to any length to acquire it. -1 monthly money. Wow, you're actually costing me money because of your bad habits, Restless. And you lose 2 security, so you're easier to like assassinate and mess with and steal from. -4 security when our money is 0 or less. Of martyr, a violent death will draw millions to their cause. If this counselor dies violently, every nation in the world will receive propaganda for that counselor's faction. +1 persuasion, -1 security. Famous, broadly known among the elites and the public. Monthly income of 9 influence. Wait, do we have 2 people with plus influence per month to start with? That's really good. Influence is basically a resource that lets us boost our actions. So starting with these are pretty good. You have no you're going to be detected by everyone. You're a pariah. Strongly disliked in their home nation. So India. -2 persuasion in home nation. They kicked you out, man. Pollyanna always expresses a sunny outlook regardless of reality. Apparent loyalty set to 25. So they're just super happy to be part of Humanity First. And a lobbyist sways those in power. +5% to funding priority. Okay. So the first thing that I need to do is try and recruit another candidate if possible. Some of them are going to cost 30 influence. Some of them are going to cost 60. The catch is trying to figure out who fills the gaps. I think our gap right now is probably like we want someone who's got command. At least one person. It's not like, because I need to increase, or sorry, I need to stabilize nations often. And that's a command task. I don't think either of our current 2 can do any stabilization. Can they? No, I don't think so. I really rely on stabilize. So I don't think Grace is a good choice. She kind of has persuasion and investigations about the same and doesn't have that many jobs that she can do. She can't do that many missions. Boyan E. Why is your last name E? I didn't change that. That's like their actual full last name. Boyan E. 8 administration. Administration allows you to have more control point capacity in your faction, as well as command additional organizations, which are basically buffs for each counselor and your faction. So we rely on those a lot. The problem is they suck. I mean, they don't like, all they can do is public campaign, control nation. But they are a government member, so they can take different orgs that are specific to government employees. Aware. Demanding. Anytime a counselor rolls a critical fail, They lose a loyalty. Rich? You get 20 bucks a month? Famous? 9 more influence? Also extremely happy is an oligarch. There were some interesting bits there. About the scientist. Sure, they've got high science, but I don't think that's doing much for us at this stage, and those lack of missions pretty bad. A judge. I kind of hate high persuasion individuals that just have control nation but don't have the ability to sway public opinion. So I'd probably not pick you just because of that. A fixer, so like a espionage investigation. They can investigate. Can we investigate counselors? Yes. Okay, so we kind of got that covered. We need someone that can assault an alien asset too. Which I don't think we have right now. Correct. The one administration hurts though. And let me see, what are you? Also an addict. We're just gonna have a team of addicts? Opinion leader. Plus persuasion in nations where... What is that symbol? Is that education? Or is that stability? Also strongly disliked in China. That's not good. China's pretty big. A cynic and paranoid. Out of all these options are kind of rough to start with. We're eventually going to be able to have a bunch of counselors. But the first, like, we're eventually going to be able to have, what, 5 counselors? So we can start with 4. And then the candidates will change over time. So you can wait, but the longer you wait, the more behind you can fall. Because you don't have an extra action each turn, basically. Matilda, undercover. Demanding, does not tolerate failure. Connected, government, transparency, so her loyalty is always never in question, and gets an ops each month. I don't know, she seems okay. She's kind of like 5'5", 6'4", kind of average. Doesn't do anything particularly well, but can do control nation, public campaigning with a 5 persuasion, crackdown technically, purge technically. We need someone who can assault an alien asset though. Chad, out of this group, who would you pick and why is it Boyuan E? The good admin, I know. Administration fixes all problems. Org dumpster. His only flaw is oligarch. Yeah. It's not the worst, though. +1 persuasion in nations where inequality is greater than 4. It's not the worst. Okay, sure, why not? I think his actual other flaw is a lack of meaningful missions. He's pretty much gonna have to be a second persuasion person whose job is public campaigning, right? Like, is that gonna be his role? I can't hire him yet. I'm just trying to figure out who I'm gonna grab the second that we have 60 influence. He's a little limited. Let me see what orgs are out there right now. Okay, what kind of organizations on the marketplace to start? Diamond extraction is very expensive. Monthly income of plus money. So if you could afford it, it pays for itself pretty fast. Within a year, within like 8 months. We've also got a really cheap plus 25 income. Pay 62 and start making plus 25 a month. That pays for itself. Pavonis investigations. Grant you some missions if you don't already have them, and gives you some investigation and espionage. The Serapis must be a criminal. Weird, I don't think we have any criminals. Sabotage facilities. Extract counselor and protect target. That's way too expensive for anybody to obtain. That's 864. We have 200 bucks. Headquartered in Tokyo. We're not eligible because we don't want. If we had a government employee, we would be eligible, but I don't need that. Crossing rivers for humanity. 419. That is like. It's got a bunch of stuff on it. It's got money, influence, research points, persuasion, espionage, and science. And then 10th U.S. Special Forces. That's what I'm talking about right there. That'll give you... the problem is it takes a little bit of money. But that will give Stabilize Nation and Assault Alien Asset missions. Which would be great. So I would say out of all these, my top choice is probably the plus 25 bucks a month one for just 62. And 10th U.S. Special Forces Group. However, right now, I can actually afford this one. I just want to get a little bit of cash flow so we don't go negative. Because at the early game, the sooner you take a little bit of money income from something, whether it be a counselor or an org, you know, you got to have a little bit of money to do stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and hook up Tank of Frank with this one. Tank, you have one administration, so this is going to be your only organization. In this game, if you have a administration point, then that governs how many organizations that character can control. So if they had 2 administration, they could control a 2-star organization. If they had 4 administration, then they basically have 4 points that you could allocate however you want, basically. So now you can't have any more orgs until you get some more administration. But yeah, we're gonna get some money for you. And then Restless DK has 0 admin. All right, well, that's how we start then.
At your service.
That might be a little loud. So let's begin by investigating alien activity and deciding where in the world is Humanity First going to be headquartered. Let's start, actually, by opening up a nation summary and looking at our popularity. We are at our most popular in Djibouti. They freaking love us in Djibouti. Then Chad. Then Brunei Darussalam. I don't know where that is. Timor, Togo, Mauritania, the Micronesian states, Armenia, Nepal, Vietnam, Dominican Republic, Latvia, Slovenia, Lithuania, Bahamas, Mozambique. Yeah, so has anybody ever done like a game of this where you start by consolidating Africa and turning it into a super nation? Is that viable to like begin the game that way? Because that would be fun. I'm actually thinking about just doing like a European Union. I tried, I failed. I have, it takes forever. It's not viable, but doable. It's a challenge run. To do the Africa thing, you kind of need a big, rich nation feeding it all. That's kind of what I figured. I think I tried to do it once, and it was just for fun in my free time, and it was not going super well. I don't know what music this is either. Oh, it's Stellaris. Sure, why not? I don't think I've listened to the Machine Age soundtrack. It's only 25 minutes, though. Never mind. If I go to song radio for XCOM, just suggesting the same old things. Chat, what's an XCOM-esque soundtrack? Did you say XCOM? Good choice. XCOM is an XCOM-esque soundtrack. Prey. Prey is a long, mostly unlistenable soundtrack with like 4 good songs on it. To be honest. Play the Mass Effect map song for 8 hours? I'm more likely to do that, actually. Okay, I'm thinking about just trying to do some European Union gameplay. Because I'm kind of like, last time we did take control of China, and there was definitely like some challenge in that, because with a 2026 start, you can't just jump in. Like if I try to send someone over there right now, we have a 0% success chance to control anything in China. So you really have to like work your way into it, and it was pretty fun. So the way that we ended up doing it was obviously getting stronger counselors. This guy's got 32 XP, so I need to upgrade them. And I think we took over like a bunch of neighbor states. So we did Mongolia, Kazakhstan, North Korea, Vietnam, and some other places. And basically, the more neighbor states you have, you sort of start to accumulate bonuses here for how to influence successfully. So that's what led to us eventually taking all the seats in China. It was pretty fun. But the US and China are definitely the 2 strongest nations, and therefore I want to try seeing what happens when you just take over Europe. Now there's pros and cons to different nations. What you're trying to do is early on, you're trying to get a combination of boost and mission control. These are going to be the resources that help you go to space, which is the whole point of the game. Especially boost early on is what lets you send out some probes once that's available and claim some different places either on the moon or Mars. And then mission control is how many of those places you can have control of. So lots of places. There's actually, I think on the nations list, if we sort at the beginning of the game, the most mission controls the United States with 6. They could have 6 different locations that they control roughly. And then China has 3, but that can swap depending on how you pull the strings. Russia also has 3 to start with. And then boost-wise, we got the US, China, Russia, India, Kazakhstan. So the Eurasian Union basically is in a strong 3rd after the US and China. So those tend to be the desirable spots. for a reason, though Russia is not as powerful as it was in previous patches of this game. We found out last time we played a couple months ago. So we had to abandon Russia and take China instead. It was much better. So what I'm trying to do is kind of figure out how to weasel my way in. It looks like France is actually a really good starting spot for us, because we have a popularity majority in France with humanity first. We also have a popularity majority in Italy, and we have a popularity majority in Spain. So we got 3 footholds already if we want. And then we got Greece, Denmark. So I think these rolls are somewhat random at the beginning of the game. So you kind of have to tune in and with each start and kind of see what's going on. I, for one, welcome our new alien overlords. We're fighting them. Stinky. We got our first target. Mods, take him away. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Yudaka. Appreciate another gift sub. Thank you for sharing. How's it going, gamers? So, Restless DK, you got 32 experience to start. With 60, you can become a megastar and get another 12 influence income. We can also remove an addict trait for 40 XP, or you can become a power broker. A survivor lets you be better at surviving nuclear war or mass casualty events. Makes a good living, plus 3 income. We're getting 24 income now because of our first organization. I don't hate taking affluent first because it does segue to other income, and like technically speaking, the earlier you take this, the better. And I have 32 XP, so I could still get a main trait on top of it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Add a little bit more income, so then eventually you might be able to become prosperous as well, which I could take now, but I feel like we need you to be as persuasive as possible, or get an administration. Those are kind of the two. Admin makes the most sense, I guess, doesn't it? Gotta start on the administration train, assuming we're gonna keep you. So there's +1 admin, so we can actually give you an org if we had one. Also, there's going to be an ad coming in because it's been an hour. Is this a streamer who doesn't... This is a hard game to unpause in the first hour. To be honest. It really is. In the beginning of the game, you're kind of working at a crawl. And then once you do unpause, it does go a bit faster. Once you kind of have everything heading in the right direction, but... I don't think I want any of these organizations, though, at the moment. And you've only got 12 XP. So we could take affluent for you as well. Money is how we buy a lot of orcs, you know? So I'm just gonna take it, even though it's only $3. Might not be meta, but give you something to work with here. All right, but the ad is about to start. I'm gonna keep it here and just pause it.
Reporting in.
Just kidding. It's already paused. We heard there were aliens and planned for war immediately. Listen, aliens, if there were ever aliens that were like spying on Earth, you just have to assume that they're up to no good. Right? Just logically speaking. Let me explain. Okay, if we lived in a timeline in which extraterrestrials were actively sending manned spacecraft to observe us, here is why I don't think it could ever be benevolent. Logically speaking. Because purely from a point-to-point logic jump perspective, for them to get to the point where they are in a manned spacecraft observing Earth, they would have to be consumers. You cannot travel space without harvesting vast amounts of resources. So by definition, you even being there means that you are a massive harvester of resources as a species. Therefore, statistically speaking, you are more likely to try gaining more resources because you're already here than you are for any type of whatever the humanitarian word is for multiple living creatures. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be there to consume first. There would have to be something here that they want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for you to even get here, there has to be... For example, look at it from the flip side. It's nice to say that humans want to go to the moon and go to Mars just for scientific endeavors. It's nice to say that. But the truth is, we're never going to have a big presence in space beyond Earth unless there is some benefit in doing so. The benefit is we get to wear the cool spacesuits. I think of it like we think of animals, the baby owls in that nest box on YouTube. What the hell are you talking about? Don't know people are watching them. You're projecting hard, assuming everyone knows what you're talking about. Maybe we're on some aliens YouTube right now. Zero viewers? Any resources we have, aside from living creatures themselves, are dwarfed by the resources a spacefaring race could extract from other places without people, though. But you're assuming that they are extracting resources like we're extracting them, like oil and iron and coal and shit. What if people is the resource? Maybe they need biomass. There is, yeah, I was gonna say, the one thing we have is liquid water, and before you say, well, ice happens plenty in space, space ice is not implicitly drinkable. You would require, like, significant amounts of processing. We've also got a nice little study here from literally last year that's kind of interesting. From UCL, University College London and Cambridge, that thinks space ice contains tiny crystals and is not a completely disordered material like liquid water is. For decades, scientists have assumed that space ice is amorphous without a structure with colder temperatures, meaning it does not have enough energy to form crystals when it freezes, but new studies suggest that it may actually have crystal formations in it. So, radioactive ice. Yeah, it would be like radioactive too, wouldn't it? Just flying around. But anyway, I'm telling you, chat, listen, if you guys want to walk in to the spaceship's light just because they have to be, they're here, so they have to want to do good for us, be my guest, okay? I'm joining humanity first. I know the truth. Okay, what are we going? I need someone to go investigate. But yeah, I stand by what I said. Any spacefaring civilization that has consumed enough resources for interplanetary system-to-system travel in space does not have a view of life and resources that someone who is confined to a planet might. You're just a number to them at that point. A statistic.
We'll see what we can find.
Ready for orders.
Standing by for orders.
Okay, we're sending
Where do
one.
you need
Wait, no, you. Yeah. Tangs and
Standing
Frank,
by.
you investigate in China.
the
Restless DK. I think you're gonna go to France, actually. Maybe I just starting in France seems like a decent. We have a shot at just getting some control straight away. I can do that, or I could just do a public campaign for a tick, raise our support there, and then try and take control. But I can't afford to spend any money on it. If they're looking for fuel, the gas giants might be more their speed. I think if they're here, they have probably solved fuel. I don't think that would be a concern anymore. Space is so vast that if there were ever aliens that were extraterrestrial here, they're probably tapping into a star somewhere by that point. I don't think that they need a gas giant fuel. This is basically Gamba. How much do you want to wager on a 50-50? Or should I go for a 73% chance to, I guess it's probably better just to go ahead and try and grab it. We're getting 48 influence a month. I think I should just spend some and try to take a C tier in France. 16 influence it is. You have council. Oh, wrong button. Oh no. Wrong button. Okay. Wait, but don't I need 60 influence to hire another counselor? I do. What's more important? Hiring a counselor is more important. Okay, we're actually gonna change your thing.
Making our case.
There we go. Think I'm done. I don't think that there's anything else to do. We're gonna play at 2 times speed only. I like the oh no button. Chat, you guys ever see Planet of the Apes? New or old? That's basically what would happen if aliens ever made contact with us. Pretty much that. All of them? I haven't watched all of them though. Weren't humans technically the aliens visiting Earth? You're thinking of the old Planet of the Apes. In the new Planet of the Apes, we just do some experiments and accidentally make the monkeys super smart from science. And then taught them how to use AK-47s, pretty much. If I was an alien orbiting Earth, I would pretend like I didn't see anything, and I would just go home to my alien overlords and be like, nothing there, boss. Be like, well, I thought that was, didn't have oxygen and water on that planet? Be like, it's all gone. I don't know, it's crazy. I got there and the place was, there was no atmosphere even. It was dry. We need to recalibrate the scopes.
Public opinion
Turn around and go home. How did you fail a 74? That was a 74%. I went with the more likely to succeed option. Restless, and you're already disappointing me. We just started. If I recall, James Franco taught a monkey how to read and it all went downhill. That's the honestly biggest problem with Twitch streaming, is that we taught all these chatters how to read. And that's where it all went bad for streamers. We had it so good for so long. The UN Security Council has met to discuss the alien arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped-for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the crash and preventing full access to the site. We have an opportunity to shape events to our advantage, even make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, with the eyes of the world on these meetings, our counselor's risk of exposure to our enemies is extremely high. So we either can stay in the shadows, nothing happens, gain 30 ops, quietly steer support to humanity first. I gain 25 influence, 15 ops, grant a small public opinion boost for humanity first around the world, but information about us will be exposed to our enemies, or deliver our manifesto to the world, gain 50 influence, grant a normal public opinion boost for us, and a great deal about us will be exposed to our enemies. I don't actually know what the penalties for these are. So you can just tell me, because I've played this game too long to not understand the outcome of this button click. Like, what does giving information about your enemies even do? Giving information to your enemies. Like, what does that help them do? I always do manifesto, but I have no idea if it's bad. It tells your enemies about your counselors. I am aware that they get it says that they get information about us. I know that it tells them our like objectives and our counselors, but what does that actually do? What does that translate to from a gameplay perspective? Does anything even negative happen? It doesn't do much. It lets them know where your counselors are, if I recall, but also counselor stats are so low in the early game that they can't do a whole lot. That's what I'm saying. It's not like they can assassinate us. Also, I've never had an enemy counselor capture my counselors in any campaign that I've tried. They're gonna get info anyways. What does it matter if the AI knows our objectives? Aren't they gonna know that anyway? I guess I just want 50 influence. Deliver our manifesto to the world.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
So the servants have also potentially delivered their manifesto. The group has determined the aliens are of divine origin and has declared itself their heralds and defenders. So us and them were the only ones. Humanity First launched a full public relations campaign at a contentious UN Security Council meeting. So now let's take a look at our nation's popularity. Why does it say that our opinion has gone down? Shouldn't there not be a red arrow next to all these? Yo, Switzerland thinks we're pretty sweet. Okay. I think the best way to do this is probably still here. France, Italy. Maybe I shouldn't have done France first. I should have done Italy and Spain first. Kind of just wasted my first turn. Time to start over.
Found something.
Just kidding. I've learned some useful information from my investigations of the UFO crashdown in China. We will receive a small bonus to our xenology research going
There's no
forward.
evidence of a hoax, Colonel. The world suddenly seems very dangerous.
That it does. We've investigated the alien crash site. It was heavily guarded by local security forces. This raises the worrying possibility that locals may already be cooperating with the aliens. Was their crash in this particular location an accident, or are they attempting to meet with human collaborators? In any case, we've managed to get a hold of some samples from the crash site. We should research immediately. We have gained... Oh, I need to hire the other dudes. New objective, research the alien signatures. The samples recovered may teach us more about our unwelcome visitors. Research them as soon as possible. Okay, let's try and recruit a counselor now. Boyuan! Okay. We're gonna recruit for 60 influence. A politician. A rich, famous, governmental oligarch from China. First chatter to delete 25,000 channel points will become this politician. Senless Moon. Senless E. Two chatters scammed. So, you have government ties, which gives you access to certain organizations that other people can't have. You're aware, so you detect other counselors a bit better. Anytime we crit fail, you become less loyal to us because you're demanding. You're rich, so you're giving us an extra $20 a month and influence from your income. You're famous, so you're giving us even more influence, but you can be detected really easily. Like two of our three can be detected super easily. But your loyalty is 25 because you always have a sunny outlook on events. So you're very happy and contented. Being an oligarch gives you even more monthly income, and a reformer gives us bonus to government priorities. Okay. So out of what is left, you've got 8 administrations, so you can pocket a bunch of organizations that other people can't. That being said, do you even want any of these? Not really. I think we want 10th U.S. Special Forces. But that's going to give you... I guess you could do Persuasion and Command? I don't know. We could try to build you into Command. You can do Stabilize Nation, Assault Alien Asset. You've got 18 XP already. Billionaire is 160 XP. Nation Builder. More government bonuses. Okay, is there something else? It's an honor to work with you, Colonel. Thank you. Is there anything else I need to be doing right now? I guess I can do... We don't have any research points. We're getting... Wait, no, we're generating 1.1 daily. Who's generating this? Audience research is just influence, so I'm kind of fine with putting 100% into that for now. Nope. Oh, well, there you go. There's the new project. Alien signatures allow the faction to detect alien abductions on Earth. We'll do that after we get this first little boost. Enemy counselor detected. Operatives with Humanity First have detected someone in North Korea is acting as a counselor for another secret organization that is formed to address the alien arrival. We could send one of our counselors to learn more about them. Well, it's got to be the Resistance. The Resistance has taken control of North Korea already. Or they might be the only one who's like... Yeah, they're the only one who got a control point first. We've got 2 counselors from China. I don't really want to go for China a second time, though. The growing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. Let's try to set aside our differences. All nations gain one cohesion. That's not going to last very long. We are not going to take Kazakhstan at this point. Okay, so a new turn has begun. So we could eventually... We could right now if I wanted to recruit a second counselor, but I'd rather wait until this list gets refreshed and see who else can hop in. Okay. So Sinless Moon, what can you do? You can do Control Nation, Public Campaign, Crackdowns, Purges, and help us take control points. Maybe I shouldn't do France yet. I think that was a mistake and
At
I've
your
already
service.
misplayed. So Spain versus Italy. Each Italian control point is about 15 control point cap. Each Spain control point is 12.5. So slightly cheaper. To be honest, they're pretty similar. The Italian army is slightly better. And they can have more armies. Okay, let's just see
Ready to go.
if we can
Acknowledged.
capture either control point, and we'll just take whichever one's easier. Okay, Spain is easier. So let's start in Spain, actually. We're gonna try and just control the nation. I have to spend some influence because I can't have another failure. Surely you'll roll an 81%. Restless, right?
We'll be running this place in no time.
I believe.
Ready for orders.
Ready for orders.
Okay, Sinless Moon has worse persuasion, so it's a 23% for them. They could do a public campaign instead to try to boost our popularity there. Or I could try to find somewhere that's easier for you to take over. But there really isn't. I guess Greece? Greece is in the EU. How expensive are you? 5.5? Do you think it's better just to just lock some places down right now, I guess? Is there an overlay? Yes, there is. There's a faction overlay somewhere, right? That's not what I meant. Federation, there we go. Maybe not Federation. How do I see, like, the EU as its own thing? Maybe like that? No, that's just alliances. Okay, yeah, so it's pretty much not including Serbia, Bosnia, and Albania, North Macedonia. You can always abandon them later. I know that. It's more just like trying to decide whether it's worth using them to try to shotgun some public campaigns in these places, try to boost support, or take over. I guess control points are better right now, so let's just grab Greece.
Putting our people in place.
And then tank the
What's
Frank.
the op?
You have 6 persuasion. So you could try a little public campaign, or you could do some investigation. I don't think we need you to assassinate anybody. Or you could go to ground to hide your associations with us, because you are supposed to be undercover after all. So, do you think it's smart to go to ground since we did just broadcast our locations to the world? Let's go into hiding. In Chad. I was looking for Chad.
Going into hiding.
To kind of reset our heat level.
We must not only defend human lives from the aliens, we must ensure those lives remain worth living.
The resistance has been encountered. The leaders of this group are convinced the aliens are a threat to humanity's ability to determine its own future, and they are quietly preparing to fight them.
Going off the grid.
All right, go to ground is complete. We're hiding in Chad. We may now recruit a faction's management team as we stand up Humanity First operations. We are selecting our internal management team to help oversee our affairs, while we gather personnel from a variety of disciplines. At your direction, we will emphasize a specialty. Humanity First monthly influence income increases by 3. Monthly research increases by 15. Event gain 50 ops. Or money income goes up. I'm actually thinking about just taking scientists and getting our research income up by 15. I don't hate taking money income early either, just because we're only getting 55 right now until we get some more orgs or rich people. That does help you buy more organizations. But also, I feel like I struggle with keeping up on research early on, so I'm gonna go scientists and engineers so that we can just pump through some of these early researches faster. The struggle to smuggle. Already? We just started the game and my starting counselors got beef. Restless DK confronts Tanks of Frank over her smuggling. Get some perspective, snaps Tank. We're facing an alien invasion and we need money. Who cares where it comes from? That's exactly why our practices need to be above board, Restless retorts. We need to appeal to humanity's best nature if we're going to unite against this threat. Neither is likely to concede, so it falls to you to decide this matter. Legitimacy is key. We cannot tarnish our reputation. Gain 100 influence. Restless loyalty stat will change by 3. Tank will change by -6. Money is money. Doesn't matter how we get it. Or the real answer is that we must be flexible. Everyone's loyalty goes down by 3.
Laying the groundwork.
Isn't Restless DK a Pollyanna?
Mission in progress.
So 2 Pollyannas who, quote, always express a sunny outlook on events, regardless of their reality. One of the Pollyannas is confronting the other one. They don't seem contented regardless of their reality, do they? They seem upset about Tanks of Frank. Well, I don't want to upset Tanks of Frank. I'd rather upset the person with 25 happiness. So I'm gonna do money is money. Make Tanks of Frank's loyalty go up. Restless DK's go down. It doesn't matter how we get it. So I got 300 bucks. Pavone or Tanks of Frank, to get Pavonas, you have one administration right now. So I'd have to buy it and give it to someone else, which I'd rather not do. Hello Arch, what's up? Thank you for the 66-month sub.
Our supporters are in place.
Oh baby. Hope you're doing well. I am not an alien. This sounds like something an alien would say. Get him. Thanks for subbing Core Vocation. Also says, I think I'm on Team Tyrannid. Just nom and move on. The Devouring Swarm is probably the first, like, alien group that'll find us eventually. Humans are our only point of reference for how life in the universe behaves. And the way that it's currently behaving is eating food that is grown on the planet, either meat or plant, but also slowly killing the planet that provides its food, which means it'll need to figure out how to get food in the future. So we're just gonna assume, since we're the only point of reference, that all aliens have that same problem, where they just need more food. So then they come here, and the Devouring Swarm sweeps over the land, and then moves on to the next planet. Just like in Stellaris. Critical success in Greece, which raises our reputation here even more. So
establish control.
Restless DK, you have failed twice in a row now. This was the 82%. Even if I gave you extra influence, you still would have failed. This is a slow start.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
I'm starting to see why you're not welcome back in your home country, because you're just on drugs instead of doing the job that you're supposed to do. He's a spy.
We'll be ready for new orders.
Get him already. Okay, so I have a control point now. And Sinless Moon, you've got 20 XP now. Do we just actually go all in on administration every single time? I guess so. Just keep pumping it. We'll eventually fill all the admin in.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Have the aliens arrived yet? Well, the aliens arrive as soon as the game begins, at the very literal first thing that happens when you start a new game. So yes, they have.
Cleaning things up.
Prepping for next mission.
Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was doing. I want to set the control point for Greece. And tell Greece to do stuff. Shut up! We have some supporters in Chad, making it a good target for us to control. Shut up! You have no idea we were talking about Sinless Moon. We're not gonna take over Chad randomly right now. That's not the key to our success going forward. Here's the problem in Greece. Your education is insane. 9.41. And as a result, don't we have a issue with somebody here? Or was it you? No, you're in nations where inequality, I think, right, is... Let me see. They have moderate. So Sinless Moon, you have less persuasion here. Because their inequality is less than 4. What is my strat gonna be with these nations? We definitely want to put some points into the economy if we're gonna keep this long term. All the EU places. So welfare is helping. Basically, if we put points into economy, we're gonna end up with more total points to spend. So they have 7.8 monthly investment points, which is not very much. So for them to get more, we'd have to go big in economy. And then welfare is directing investment points to the welfare priority confers up to 20% bonus to all other investments for a particular control point. It will also decrease inequality, which is reducing cohesion if it gets too high. Which right now our cohesion's pretty good, integrated, up. I definitely like putting some points in knowledge. Government is full democracy right now, and it's pretty high, so I'm gonna put like 1 pip into government just to kind of maintain. Unity will increase cohesion and decrease education. I don't think we need unity right now, or oppression. If I wanna keep it long term, then we gotta put some points into funding, because they have like no money. There's no money. Spoils is basically representing the elite of the nation demanding kickbacks. So the elites will become unhappy unless we give them 16% of the investment points. What I usually do is don't do any spoils, which is generally not good, and I just ignore them. And try to cope with the fallout that happens. It's gonna be really expensive to found a space program here in Greece. Eventually we're gonna want to, but for now I don't think I do. I don't know. And then put a little bit into the military because their army is really bad. But they also don't have an army, so maybe just raise tech level, and then I'm gonna go back up and do some welfare. I don't like how I've got these points spread. Chat, what would you do here? You can backseat here. What would you focus on? I feel like put more points into funding. And then kind of spread between economy, welfare, knowledge, funding. Maybe get 1 point into boosts in space program just to get started on that. Maybe 3 in economy. 3 economy, 2 welfare, 2 knowledge, 1 government, 2 funding. If you do not intend to keep that place, go all in on spoils, says the chatter whose name is in the game and did not listen to anything I just said in the last 60 seconds. Maybe I need to find another chatter to be the counselor. Fire that guy. Someone else will take their spot. Okay, we're gonna go with that for now. th U.S. Special Forces is still here. I just need more influence to be able to afford it. I don't think anybody new is on this page yet.
Where do you need me?
All right, thanks to Frank the Spy. I don't know where. I need you to go do a public campaign somewhere. Because they're already starting to take over Italy, so we need to, like, compete in Italy. I'll get you up to a 69% success chance.
I will try to sway the
Spend
public.
$10 is not too much money. We're making, that's like a
Standing by.
20% of our monthly income.
Your orders?
But I'm tired of failing stuff. All right, are you gonna be able to grab a spot here in Spain? I'll give you 2 influence to get up to a 70. Wait, didn't we just fail an 82? Okay, I'm gonna do an 82 again. You can't fail 82 twice in a row. 4
Establishing
influence.
control.
Reporting in.
And then let's keep capturing Greece.
Bringing them on board.
I think it's simple as that.
Our case remains unheard.
What is going on? My public campaign in Italy failed. Success chance 70%, rolled a 71. We lost by 1%.
We've got our people in place.
All right, we have a second control point in Greece. So my initial plan is to just put a little bit of points into the economy so that the investment points monthly aren't going down. Then found the space program. We can only hold 2 mission control in Greece, which is not much. It won't take long to max out, and then the rest will go into boost after that. So it's going to be kind of a 3-stage process here.
Our presence is growing.
Okay. You did something correctly, Restless. For once,
Wrapping up here.
we have a control point in Spain. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, this is gonna be basic EU. Am I just not going to invest anything in the environment? I feel like that's bait. And I'll just edit it when I want to. Like in Spain, we have room for 2 armies and they're already a third of the way to building their first army, so I don't hate putting some points into that just to try to finish off at least 1 army group. Like throw 3 pips in there just to try to get this army spit out. And they're 40 out of 50 on space programs, so I'd like to finish that up as well. Okay. So we got a couple of points. I gotta see what everyone else is doing, though. The rest of the world is also exchanging some control points. So let's find out. Well, why do the servants seem to always go to Brazil in every campaign? Resistance has 3 out of 4 in South Korea. The servants also have 2 out of 4 in the UK. The initiative has all 4 points in Saudi Arabia as their first choice. Poland and Thailand have a little protectorate. Philippines is 1 Project Exodus, which feels weird because I feel like that's me. I haven't adapted to the fact that I'm not Project Exodus yet. Nobody new here yet. Can I afford any additional interesting things? Like, I don't want to afford any of these. Okay.
I'm here.
Tank, you're doing a terrible job so far. Just wanted you to know that. I don't think I can afford to keep spending $10 for you to fail. So you're just gonna have to go on a 61%. I don't know what else to do. Well, I do know what else to do. I suppose we should survey the area around
Initiating recon.
where that
Standing by
alien
for
vessel
orders.
landed in China and kind of surveil that area and see if any other alien things come up, like the, you know, the growths. Okay. Restless, you got the first spot in Spain. What I need you to do is get the second spot
Establishing our presence.
and continue.
Ready for my mission.
Sinless will be able to move to assist perhaps after
Establishing
taking
our
the
presence.
final spot in Greece.
Where to?
Do we have anybody that can defend interests?
Ready for my mission.
I'm here.
Okay, thank God Sinless Moon can defend interests. Otherwise, this is going to be very interesting. This is a critical ability right here that locks down your control points and makes it really hard for other nations to just yoink them out from under you. So if nobody can do that, it'd be very, very bad for us. See, now that we kind of know what we're
Initiating
aiming
surveillance.
for, ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Xenoforms detected in the Hohat region. This is exactly what I was looking for. We detected what appear to be alien microbes in plants. They are thriving and threaten to displace the native biota, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advances to the degree we'd expect. A direct application of force, either via a consular mission or army operation, should be able to reduce or eliminate its spread. We'll begin preparations for a research project to better understand this phenomenon. Okay.
Prepping for the next mission.
So now that is on the map is this little pip right here, these little alien life forms that are starting fairly small, but can get out of control quickly if you don't do anything about it. Chat, has this game been patched in the last month or so by chance? Our research and development teams report that we were able to undertake the Alien Flora project. Our counselors and armies do 25% bonus damage to xenoforming if we research that. Just asking because I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or if it's programmed into the game that the very first international event is the United States in February 2026 imposing economic sanctions on Iran. Not sure if it's a coincidence or if the code in the game just leads to real life situations or if it's a coincidence or not. Anyway, this is how I know we're gonna get invaded by aliens. If it can predict all of these real world circumstances, then their aliens are on the way. It's baked in. Prove it. Daryl, who hasn't chatted since September 23rd, 2025, where you said, I've been looking forward to this game for a while. What game was it? I think it was the baseball sim. Were we playing out of the park in September last year? I don't remember. Maybe. I know it was like we were playing it like this time last year. were doing in September.
We've gained significant support.
Significant support.
Wrapping up here.
We now have full control over Greece. For what it's worth, our first seat of power. What music is this? Okay. So, Greece, we have 23% going into the economy is perhaps a bit too much. I'm gonna put a little more into founding a space program because we are gonna need that. And then everything else, I think we're just chilling on at the moment.
We've gained significant support.
There we go. All right, Restless. See, it's
Prepping for next
not
mission.
so hard to be successful, right? See, you got this. I like how I make a preset and then just do this myself anyway. Not so hard to be successful when you want to be. Are we not going for the EU? Counter question, Fat Wombat. Do you know where the EU is? Second question. I need some music. Well, in France in this game. Ah, yes. The famous singular location of the European Union. France. Okay. I see. Let's... I don't know. I don't want to listen to Stellaris. But anyways, if you must know, France is the first place that we tried to get a seat in, but right now, the combination of the popularity of our faction in France as well as the lack of skill of all of our counselors has led to a less than ideal percentage chance for taking any control of France. Therefore, I am starting with Spain, which is connected to France. And if you've played this game, then of course you know that having adjacencies to the location that you're trying to get gives you bonuses and helps you to take seats in the location that you might actually want in the future. So by starting in both Spain and Italy, we're actually getting bonuses into seats of power in France. Among other EU places, because we're trying to get everywhere in the EU. So I'm just looking back at your chat history, and I think you've only got 56 messages in this chat since last year. And like 10 of them are today, and you seem to be a little too interested in this game in particular. A little too close. So why don't we just enjoy the ride a little bit, you know? Enjoy the ride. Surveillance telescopes have detected a new alien fleet transferring to low Earth orbit 1. Future notifications of this type will not trigger an alert, nor... Yeah, okay, I know.
The trick is not to look directly
Oh,
at what
that's
you're
why we're
trying to
seeing
see.
them.
Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you noticed the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
T.I. always gets Ita in a sassy mood. Ah, yes. My annoyance stems from somehow playing this game and not responding to a consistent pain point in chat over and over again across all games. It's something to do with Terra Invicta. What could it be in this game? Allow all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn. Immediately reveal all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. Famously never been annoyed by people in the last game he played. Star Sector. What's significant about Star Sector? And strategy games. And space strategy games. What do they have in common? The following technologies may now be researched. Deep System Skywatch. All right, what did they pick? Advanced chemical rocketry. So the way that research works in this game is really interesting. He says as he gets... I'm just going to put... I'm tired... Let's do Starbase. There we go. It's about to take a BRB anyways. What's interesting about research in this game is that it's shared research. So all the texts at the top of the research tree are global. So we decide how much of our own research we want to commit to these shared research pools. Every faction can contribute however much they want. Once this thing is unlocked, it unlocks for all factions. But if you contributed the most of the research to unlocking it, you get to choose what the next global research is and basically force potentially other factions into either helping you or not researching anything. You're steering the tech tree. You're driving the car. Then at the bottom, we have engineering projects, which are specific to just our faction. And this list is going to grow over time. So whatever we pick off of here, we get, but nobody else does. Anything at the top is shared across all factions. So I think that's really cool. And so these pips determine how much of your research you're devoting to each given potential unlock. Also, ad coming in right now, since it's been over 2 hours. So turn your volume down, I'm gonna go get a drink and get a snack. I'll be right back. And then hopefully we'll finish up audience research, which is gonna give us a boost of 25 influence, which I need to go ahead and spend my influence before I forget, because we want 10th U.S. Special Forces group. I want it anyway, because it gives a bunch of cool stuff. So I'm going to buy it, and we'll take a look at it after this. It's going to spend almost of our influence to obtain, and it'll start taking effect on the next mission phase. We're not going to get the bonuses yet. But if I don't take these from this pool, other factions could, and they could assign them to their own operatives, and they're indeed going to be taking a bunch of these off the orc marketplace to potentially use against us in the future, or maybe we'll be able to borrow them, if you will. Also, we need to look at the alien presence in space now that we have Skywatch. Be right back! Yo, sorry about the BRB length. We're back. Okay. Where was I? Spinning. Hello, Snyder. Thank you for 16 months. They are among us. They always have been. I wish there was any cool, good, new, interesting alien information. There hasn't been anything cool since that one, like, 60 minutes segment, basically, and the following congressional hearings. Everything else since then has been bunk. It's been awful. It's been hard to be an alien fan for the last couple years with all these like fake disclosures coming out. Where are the aliens? The real aliens are right here, flying a little ship. They are on the way to low Earth orbit right now. From Jupiter, it would seem. How do I see? I forgot to see that list. It's on Intel, isn't it? Okay, so all we know are there are 2 alien ships. We're calling them Victor 1 and Victor 2 on their way to low Earth orbit right now. So we don't know exactly where their base of operations is, but we know it's somewhere that way. Going crazy. My first campaign early on, I got the Child Finds an Alien Dog event, so I seized it and nothing happened. Well, what happened, Snorbo, was you kept the alien dog and you lived happily ever after with your new alien pet friend. Snorble, thank you for the ad jump scare 55-month sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Okay.
Your orders?
My orders. Someone needs to go handle this. But I don't know who can.
At your service.
I haven't learned what you guys can do yet. Do we have anyone that can assault an alien asset? It should be Sinless Moon, actually. You only have 4 command. Yeah, it's this button right here. So you only have a 38% success chance. I could build up your command by taking some of these other orgs, which may or may not be worth. Because we sort of need to save our money for the god tier orcs. What do you think, chat? Should I save money for the god tier orgs? Or just go ahead and invest in some commands so we're better at stabilization and assault alien asset missions? They do have some other benefits. They start giving us some ops income, which is what a resource that we use in order to boof those missions. Gives you a little security also. Extract counselor and protect target. sabotage facilities. I'll buy this one. I'll buy Perseus. It's got a little more value because it's got the extra security, which helps them survive violence. Protects them against other faction counselors. Gives us a boost to our own command. And a little ops income. All right, now if I try to assault the alien asset, it goes from a 32 to a 49% success chance, which is much better. And then I'll spend 1 ops
Heading to the LZ.
to give you a higher chance of success. All right. Tank Z Frank.
I'm here.
And Restless DK, you're here. We're trying to control Spain. But we don't have any influence. I have 2. I can give you 2
Putting our
influence.
people in place.
Ready for my mission.
And then I'm probably gonna do a little public campaign here to make it more likely to succeed.
We'll make our appeal.
Wait, I know I need to defend Greece.
Your orders?
But no one's gonna take Greece this turn. Come on. Nobody's gonna try and take it from us. We have a decent majority in popular opinion here. Psh, what are they gonna do? I say lock it down. And see what happens. We may now appoint our faction's chief advisors. With our management team on board, we can recruit our core group of advisors to assist interactions and oversight with nations aligned with our cause. Focus on economic development. Devoting points to the economy is increased by 10%. Or we can do found space program and boost priority by 5%. Call in the generals as military and build army or welfare and knowledge. Found space program and boost is probably the most valuable, which is why I'm going to focus on economic development. Get a 10% there. Our research and development teams report that we are now able to undertake the military science lab project. Okay, we'll keep that in the bank. We should be almost done with our current research. Yes, we are. We've completed audience research. This is a repeatable project, but it gets more expensive each time you repeat it. So it gave us a little injection of 25 influence. I'm gonna flip from that to alien signatures so we can see the abductions happening on Earth. And that should be a really short one. Tank, you continue to disappoint me. You failed another 84% roll. You failed more 80+% than successes at this point. So, public campaign failed. You're not giving us the aid that we need.
Target remains operational.
Assault asset failed. We failed at 60%, so Sinless Moon. And on top of that, our counselor was spotted in... Humanity First counselor Sinless Moon was detected in China. You got surveilled.
Failed to take control.
And we failed to take control of Spain. A 78%. We rolled an 82. This faction is in need of a little pep talk. A little rally to try to get everybody spirits high. Okay? We have better than 50-50 odds on each of these. There's like an 80, a 78, and like a 60. And we've failed all 3 in a row. We need to get our, just huddle up. Put some effort in, guys. This is life or death. Accomplishing nothing this week. Just join the aliens and let them do what they want. These guys think they're working for humanity last. I'm allergic to all my counselors botching all of my missions across the globe.
Reporting in.
The servants have complete dominance over the United Kingdom at this point. So that puts them in a better spot than the rest of us right now, I think. The initiative has full Kazakhstan control. Interesting. Kazakhstan is a good early target, even though it got nerfed. It's still good. And we're gonna have trouble with Italy. So I did not get my seat in Italy fast enough. We just couldn't do it. So we're gonna have to compete. It's gonna give us some objectives to complete. Portugal is only like 6 against the cap.
Acknowledged.
I can't even handle the little jobs that we, like the alien assets are not even there now. So hopefully someone else assaulted them. Otherwise we've lost knowledge of where they are, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and defend my interests in Greece and lock that down now. It's gonna cost us 20
Securing our
influence,
control.
which I simply didn't
At your
have
service.
last turn. So for 20 influence, they're going in and they're gonna get these little shields. You can already see them on the academy spots here, these little shields. So basically it makes it prohibitively difficult to take and yoink those controlled points. So here's what we're gonna do. We have 21 influence left. I'm just gonna roll the dice twice. We're gonna just spend influence on trying to lock this down. Surely we'll succeed on a 71 this time, right? Maybe? I don't have that much influence.
Taking control.
Standing by.
And then Restless DK has an 82, that's 8 total.
Bringing them on board.
And we'll just do a double tap control, get Spain, and then move on to France or Portugal. Or somewhere neighboring France, basically, and Italy, because I want to take Italy also. But you gotta, I'm trying to start somewhere, man. It's rough. Stuff out there.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters if
Oh
we
boy.
only convince them we are worthy.
Led by members of Earth's scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species able to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence as a mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must work to build a bridge to ensure the aliens treat us as equals. It's not gonna happen. That is not
Protecting
gonna
our
happen.
interests.
Okay, so we have locked down Greece. Stop anyone else from yoinking it. Not that I think they would, but if they did, and that will last until 30th of June. So it's like 3 months, 3.5 months.
The Surat al-Baqarah teaches that in the creation of heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
Mission to space has been completed by the initiative. Existing in space is a different animal than merely traversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to resident, we must adapt. Logistics require resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment maintenance in a vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regimen so personnel are able to maintain peak performance in an environment where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel in space for some time, but now we must establish how to do so easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in far greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our fundamental preconceptions. Yet all these hardships are entirely necessary, for only once we're comfortably beyond Earth's orbit can we hope to explore, exploit, and ultimately even settle upon neighboring worlds, and in time, perhaps far beyond. The following tech may not be researched. Bunch of stuff, and we might have living quarters. Okay. We've also finished our own personal project to detect alien signatures. There's no doubt extraterrestrial life touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances, most likely resulting from alien activity.
Colonel,
Okay.
our reports indicate we should prepare for the worst.
We have completed the research alien signatures objective. We have guests. Research established beyond all doubt that an alien life form survived the crash. It exited the area and is now at large on Earth. We're already hearing rumors of missing animals and, chillingly, missing people. Looks like those old stories of alien abductions might not just be stories anymore. We need to find out what our unwelcome visitors are doing, and quickly. New objective: investigate an alien abduction and surveil the area to learn what you can. New objective: research the origin of the aliens. Some of the eggheads are saying that the bits of wreckage we picked up prove that the UFO was built inside our solar system. If they're right, that means the aliens must have a base here. Maybe we could find it. Research the Skywatch and Deep System Skywatch tech, and then Alien Origin Project when available. New objective: salvage alien technology. Every resistance movement has to start somewhere. The lucky ones get to bring their own weapons. The unlucky ones have to cheat. We're gonna cheat, and that means taking on the aliens and getting working samples of their tech. It won't be easy, but there's no other way. Damn right. Okay, what am I gonna research? Alien I don't know. What do we research first here? Commercial research and just get some money for some orgs? Do I want to help research any of these other ones? Clandestine cells is good, right? Because it gives you a 5th counselor. We don't even have 4 yet. I'm waiting on some other choices to become available. Like, on the one hand, I do want to steer some global research. On the other, I just don't think we have enough research output to meaningfully contribute. I also forgot what rockets I like to start with. They were the simple ones. Did we just play this how would we have forgotten everything even though I played this like 2 months ago? I think I liked the Pebble just to start with because it goes through compact solid core fission reactor 5. And it's like a baby drive to start with before you springboard off of the other better drives, and gets you some decent power generation on the way. I'm sure it's not meta, but I'll probably do the same thing if I get the option. It's gonna be a while before we build a spaceship, though. I think I'm just gonna try and be conceited and just research internally and let the other nations research stuff if they want to right now, because we need money. All right, come on, big dice rolls. Big dice rolls. Give me some control points in Spain.
Our supporters are in place.
There's one. All right, Restless DK, we got 3 of 4.
We still lack support.
Can you guys please stop failing so damn much? We've failed like over half of our total rolls so far, and they're all like 70+% success chances, so we're spending all the bad RNG. Now that means I gotta waste another turn trying to take the executive.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
I would not blame someone in my position to just restart their whole campaign. Just reset and like just try and roll better at the beginning. We've encountered the Protectorate. The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat, but have concluded any species that can cross interstellar distance is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. We cannot fight a war that will result in our extinction. I've always been fascinated by the like sci-fi version of aliens that just had asymmetric tech tree from us. So they get here and they're surprised by our level of like military competence and capacity for destruction. Sometimes in the story it'll be because like their parent civilizations are so old that they inherited basically the technology to traverse interstellar travel because of hand-me-downs effectively, and have just been like a sci-fi alien race that can have like a self-replicating nanofactory or something that produces something. It's still making stuff, they just don't know how. So they're able to like use the technology that they basically find lying around, but they don't have the ability to make it themselves. I think that's a really interesting kind of alien style. They've been uplifted. Kinda, it could be uplifted, or it could just be their forerunner civilizations have, the knowledge has died out because space is so vast, right? So you're over there doing your own thing, and then the civilization over here is experiencing some kind of downfall for whatever reason. Yeah, like their civilization would be big and thinned out, yeah. Maybe the knowledge is like centralized at their point of origin, but they don't really have the capacity to continue developing things themselves abroad or something like that. Think about it like this. If we sent humans to Mars and made a little Martian colony or something right there and encountered a cool little Martian guy. To the cool little Martian guy that was born on Mars and doesn't know any better, you know, we just landed in a freaking space pod and we've got these like suits and the ability to use some agriculture to grow some plants and all that, but we can't like make another spaceship there. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I got this really cool spaceship, I don't know how to make it. So you can still use the technology while you're out and about. It would just be like that, but in reverse, from the aliens to us. But they've been away for so long that that's kind of like all they know is what they have. I like those kind of sci-fi stories. Washed up aliens? Yeah, they're basically washed. Think I can clear all those. Who can finally do something good for my faction, man? Mass Effect relays. Yeah, I like that narrative beat in Mass Effect quite a lot. I think X4 may use it as well.
What's the op?
Okay, so Restless DK, you've got the best chance of success here.
Standing by for orders.
Yeah.
Ready for my mission.
I need you to be successful, though. I'm gonna give you 4 influence.
Bringing them to our side.
What's the op?
Where to?
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
So we've defended Greece. Maybe we start some public campaigns. The Protectorate has locked down Italy. Let me see some other areas around France. Ooh, tons of servants in Belgium, Luxembourg. Switzerland is really, I think, a pretty good point. The Protectorate is going after it, which gives us some competition. But if we take it, or did I say Protectorate here? I meant the Academy. But what's nice is Switzerland borders a bunch of other EU nations, which gives us a little bonus to trying to work within them. And they, you know, they have like 8 cost against cap, which is a little overpriced for what they are, but their economic points are like not too bad. Like a little higher than Portugal's. Get a little research, room for 3 mission control. Or we just go straight in for France. See how I'm getting these bonuses right here for control points and neighbors in France? Am I baiting myself in going for Switzerland? It's just a public campaign. I don't really know what else Sinless Moon can do. You could just try and go for a control point, flip a coin. Might be a little better than flipping a coin, though. We can get you up to 80%. Okay, okay.
Taking control.
Ready.
And the resistance is going for Portugal, which I think we want to compete with. Man, we're stretched a little thin right now.
Putting our people in place.
So we'll go for Portugal, Spain, and Switzerland. I believe there are some new orgs on the market. None that we can currently afford. Because I'm broke. But if I could afford them, which one would I even want? I mean, you'd want this one's crazy, but it's 908. We don't have that kind of money. Foreign Intelligence Service. We are not eligible. Must have a control point in Russia. Must have a control point in Turkey or a counselor from there. You could take Air Force Special Ops, but I don't think it's good for us. And then crossing rivers. Okay. Anyone new to recruit? Nope. All right, lock it in and see what shakes out. There's also the story I've heard that at this point humans have consumed all the easily available oils, so if somehow our tech reset, we could never go down the oil tech tree like we have today. Well, that's true for a lot of things, right? I was joking with Alice the other day where I was like, man, when they were doing the level designers for Earth were cooking. You know, like, think about it. Starting us off with easily accessible copper on the surface where you don't even have to dig. Just like, oh, wow, what's that? Can I turn this substance into something usable? Perhaps a tool? Why, yes, I can. It's fairly soft and malleable. And then being able to transition from like surface deposits to using those materials as if you were like, it's literally just vintage story. But we started with copper basically. And obviously before that wood and stuff. But the most useful and manipulatable resources in our Earth level design were just put right there on the surface for us to grab. Isn't that just so convenient, man? And then we just use that to dig deeper and get higher tech level stuff. And just keep upgrading our tech tree, man. They did a great job with the level design. For human progression.
We've gained significant support.
Control nation mission success. That's what I'm talking about.
We are taking over.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. So we've got Spain. It's not locked down yet, but we got it. Gonna invest in the economy because that's just how I want to play it. Kind of the same deal here. We're gonna need to found a space program. I'm gonna start putting points in that. Get a little boost. Don't need mission control yet. No military here.
We failed to take control.
It wouldn't be my faction if at least one of you didn't fail, even though we had 80% success chances, and somehow our odds of failing are just higher than average right now for like across the board.
Cleaning things
Can't
up.
just have a clean round where everyone succeeds. Switzerland was not to be.
Standing by.
Man, they took the third slot, so they ended up getting the executive. So now we're gonna have to compete with them over Portugal, which is gonna take a while. Still nobody new here. Okay, I don't remember when they refresh, but I know the orgs refresh in the middle of the month.
Standing by for orders.
Where do you need me?
Okay, who's
What's
where?
the up?
So if you're in Portugal, who can do the best crackdown? So crackdown takes the stat for investigation.
Your orders?
Ready.
And if only a 9%, that's not good. So if we can't do a crackdown here,
Reporting in.
then I think what we should do is just
I'm here.
try and boost our public support, or am I wasting my time doing that? Maybe come back for Portugal like after we've done some of this other stuff. They didn't take Switzerland, so maybe we just double tap Switzerland. It's been like, we don't have that much influence. 2 influence here.
This nation to our side.
Ready.
No influence. I believe in the
this nation to our side.
84% chance.
Standing by.
I mean, we have a 91. Is it a way? Pushing them out is going to take forever. But also, Sinless, you don't really have anywhere else that is a good spot to try and cap. Like, eventually we're going to want all these other nations. I just don't know if we want them first, because we're going to fill up on control point cap really fast. And then have to wait until we get more. So I feel like just starting some public campaigning in France. Focus on what matters. 59% success. You gotta just roll the dice. It's either that or focus on public support in Portugal and just try and push out the resistance. which is going to be hard right now. So I guess I'll gamba on France. But yeah, the human progression, human tech tree, super well designed and thought out. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you failed a 60%. You know, you're like, oh, early humans, you guys don't have anything. What if we just drop some fruit on the ground that literally falls from the trees? What if we just put these little berry... We'll just use the paintbrush and put these little berry bushes everywhere. You go eat those. You need some tools? Yeah, I know. Tree trunks are pretty hard for you to get right now. We're just going to take some sticks and branches, and those things are just going to fall on the floor. You just got to bend over and pick them up. There you go. I'm hooking you up, man. We've completed the commercial research project. $100. That'll help us get some more organizations. But I'm probably gonna swap because now it's getting too expensive. We could get like a little dump of ops. I don't need to research a military science lab right now. Maybe let's just research alien flora early? I don't know, that feels bad. Just do ops research. But I'm gonna start putting some research into some other things. The trick is it's kind of not worth researching these things unless we can take advantage of it somehow, right? Like, is it better just to keep putting all my research into buffing myself while the other factions push globals? I guess maybe once we finish all the easy, low-hanging fruit, the 100 research ones, then we'd go toward the globals, or at least put a little bit to help.
We got our people in place.
There we go. 85%. I'm bracing myself for the next one to fail somehow. We need a Swiss space program. Pretty soon, so let's go ahead and pump that up.
Our presence is growing.
We actually still didn't succeed in all 3 activities, but we have the executive seat in Switzerland. I guess I'll take it. Okay, start with that. I wish those had happened first, because I think that'd make it easier for us to sway popular support in France. But now we have Switzerland and Spain to try to help us get into France.
Acknowledged.
And then I need a 4th counselor is the problem. I guess I can't afford one anyway. We're still accumulating influence. Maybe we either try and kick out the protectorate.
Acknowledged.
At your service.
Where
with
to?
a crackdown. 21% success chance. We can boost that up. Because I don't want to defend my interest if we don't have all the control points. So maybe it's worth spending like 8 influence to try and crack down on their mass media spot. So mass media, each control node is a different thing, and those things can get different bonuses. So like this control point, if you mouse over it, it says mass media. So like whoever controls this point gets bonuses to the public campaign missions they do here. We have the legislature, which is bonus to purge missions. It's useful. And then that helps us take control of those points. We only have a 2% purge success chance right now, so it's not much of a bonus, but our operative's not very good yet. So if we do a crackdown, that'll weaken and soften this point so that a purge, which means we take it over, is more statistically likely. So that's kind of why you do a crackdown first. If successful, basically makes it where they cannot defend the point. And then you can have an easier time taking it over. So we're gonna give that a try.
Applying pressure on their people.
And to help us be more successful there, I think I'm just gonna do like a double
I will try to sway the
public campaign in Switzerland, just to lock down Switzerland first.
Making our case.
I don't know if it's worth it, but I just feel like I want to control it because it just gives us little bonuses on all the surrounding nations. The available counselors for recruiting have been updated. Oh, now that is nice to know. Look at all these new people. Right after I just spent like 8 influence. We need 60 for most of them. Bunch of new people. There's an engineer who just has like a bunch of science. Bunch of science, monthly income of plus research speed. And then not much else. You don't really do much. Jack Boone, a celebrity. Famous, prosperous, and untouchable. In too important a position to be safely deleted. Really? Why are you so safe? You don't do anything. You have like 7 persuasion and you do public campaigns in controlled nations. I guess maybe that's all you need to do. A tycoon who has even fewer available missions that they can participate in. That's very limiting. But they have 10 administrations. They basically have to get all their jobs via organizations, which is not my favorite. We have a judge who's also a government employee that gives him access to some different orgs. Inscrutable. Jack Peterson, the scientist. None of these people look amazing. What do you think, chat? Nobody over here really catches my eye. I just don't think I could afford all the organizations for this person to make them worth having. Because they have no missions. Like maybe the celebrity whose job it is to just control nation and do public campaign. Because who do we have so far? So Tanks of Frank, you're going to be like espionage and investigation. For sure. You have undercover, puppet master, streetwise, all that. Restless DK has got 8 persuasion already. And kind of has that. 2 people that do persuasion is not bad though. Then you get eventually, once you have controlled enough nations, then it does become redundant. Sinless Moon is the administration, so you can kind of, you're currently being spec'd into command, basically. Man, I was hoping for some better choices. I guess I'll come back and look at this if we get 60
We're winning
points.
their hearts and minds.
Public campaign mission success. I have increased popular support for Humanity First. Our public support didn't budge, but people are moving away from opposing ideologies. What? Like they're just moving to undecided? Didn't budge? I don't even think I've even seen that result.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, well, Sinless Moon is getting a critical success. So that's a 5% buff for our popular support. So the more popular support we have, the easier the missions are to do. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, a little teamwork. Tanks of Frank, crackdown, success. So that means they're going to be a lot easier to try and yeet out of here so that we can take control over Switzerland. So we'll give that a try next turn. Nothing really stood out. Yeah, but the longer you wait to hire a counselor, the fewer things you're doing per turn. Like, can I afford to wait another couple months for the counselor pool to repopulate? Or do I just grab the celebrity, use them to help try and do some public campaigns, and then fire them? But it's still like a 60 influence expense that we don't really have. Energy lab project available. Not our concern at the moment. So, now that there's been a crackdown, if we try and purge this location, it went up from a 2% to a 65% success chance. That's way better. I'm stuck between needing to save influence and also needing to try and be successful here. Let's do at least a 79.
Position.
I'm here.
Ready to go.
And then I will give you a 66% chance at a successful public campaign. Oh wait, nobody ever
Ready for
defended
orders.
Spain.
Reporting in.
But that costs 20 influence. I need to hire a counselor first. So
Ready to
I'm
go.
gonna try and hire a counselor, then defend. Okay. And then Restless DK, what are you doing? Oh God, the servants are taking France. That's not good. I don't think I can afford a control nation because it's going to take like a ton of influence to even have a chance. So is my best chance just to do public support for now?
We'll make our appeal.
It feels bad. We're kind of getting pigeonholed already. That fourth counselor would be very big right now, I think. So maybe we are just going to get the celebrity when I can afford him in a second. Okay, so we have 20 ops, thanks to some operations research. And then we're gonna start doing alien flora, which will help us combat the little alien growths that we find on the planet. Then I'm gonna put a little, I'm never gonna get first in here, but I'm gonna put a little points in We Are Not Alone. And then a little bit in outpost tabs. Because I don't mind if the resistance is first and they get to choose. I don't really want to help the servants right now. So I'm going to ignore theirs. Well, let's see what happens, I guess. Hello,
Public
Kilomac.
opinion is moving in our direction.
Thank you for 59 months of sub. What up? Thank you for the prime. Our public support here has changed by 1%. That's not much, but got to start somewhere. Switzerland has gone up by 2%. Okay, we have enough to recruit someone. It feels really bad to spend 60 influence on this nerd. Their only benefit is they are giving us like 9 extra influence income a month and a teeny bit of money. And they're basically just going to be there to spam public campaigns and control nation. And then maybe inspire. And then eventually we cut them loose and get somebody else, I guess. I don't know. Jack Boons. We have 2 Americans. He'll pay himself back. Yeah, he will pay himself back. Hello, Colonel. Thanks for bringing me on board. All right. Jack Boone's got 42 XP also randomly. I think it's worth it to just give him 2 points in persuasion instead of taking it low and slow with administration. Because we just need results right now. So getting him up to 9 persuasion will get us those results. All right, crackdown time. Yeah, sorry, purge. Close. A little different.
We'll be ready for new orders.
We now
soon.
have complete control over Switzerland, but we need to defend both Spain and Switzerland from other interests. Already done our first power reversal. And we can start founding a space program now and just investing in the EU. And the next turn, we're gonna have 4 dudes run around. Eat without table, why are you deleting all your channel points? Commodore, thank you for the 38 months of sub. What's up, Commodore? I'm gonna just let Nightbot choose who this new person is gonna be. Burnt Heat has been picked by Nightbot. Again, well, I was in the last game, pick someone else. This is why I don't name. It's more trouble than it's worth. That's why I don't name people after chat. Nightbot random. Nightbot is random. Arathon has been picked by Nightbot. But you don't have a, we don't have a last name. Arathon, you're one name. Okay, you're gonna be Arathon. Arathon Procken Arathon Procanato. There you go. You're in. Real person. Yeah, it's a real person. Our research and development teams report we were able to undertake the HAB Living Quarters project, and we've identified some new organizations. Can I afford any of them? No. No. The Kalem Cartel in Ankara, Aegis Defense Division in Washington. There are a lot of military ones right now. The Secret Service in the US and Al-Qaeda. Oh, interesting grouping here. What does Secret Service even do? Monthly income minus 62. Wow, that's a lot of money. That's all of my money. It's gone. All that for... If an attempted assassination of this org's owner is anything less than critical success, the assassin will become marked, which gives us severe malice to the security attribute. Okay, what does Al-Qaeda do? +2 ops. and then a command, and then it rolls 3 minutes of mid-rolls right now? Are you sure? Okay, I mean, that's what it says on the 10 right there. I guess it rolls 3 minutes of mid-rolls. Coming in hot. Xenoforms are growing explosively in Hangzhou. I don't even see them. How did I even get that heads up? All right, well, let's just send someone over there to go surveil the location and see if we can track them down.
Acknowledged.
But yeah, the ad's coming in hot right now. I'm gonna just step away for a very quick bathroom BRB. Dude, they have 3 French slots. How are they getting all these so easily? I'm gonna have to find a way to kick them out. All right, let's just wait until the ad is done to do more. The earth. The earth. All right, be right back real quick. Okay. I was very hungry, so I just slammed a bunch of sun chips. Alice was eating some dinner and I could just smell food and it was just making my mouth water. So I just ate like a quarter of a bag of sun chips. Chat, what's the best sun chip? What flavor is the best sun chip? I was having the cheese ones. Though I think I prefer the garden salsa. Original. Bold choice. Garden salsa's so good! Scream it. Garden salsa supreme. Garden salsa really is the best flavor. You're right about that. All right. How are we gonna get the servants out of here, dude? Maybe if I'm really smart.
Standing by for orders.
We actually investigate this counselor and then capture them. Maybe. I don't know if that's viable. I'm gonna spend one ops. Ops is a very precious resource this early in the game.
Investigating target.
So let's go find out who that is.
What's the op? Your orders?
But then no one's gonna be available to go surveil the region that we just saw. Well, it's not my problem right now. All right, Erathon Procanado, if you could be so kind. Damn, they already have all 3 slots in France. And these are like 16 and a half control point cap. Only a 12% success in Germany. Germany's are 20 apiece. So it'd be 80, which would basically put us at our cap. If we have all of France, that's like 65 or 66 control points, so we'd still have like 20 left over. It's kind of hard to do everything I need to do right now. They're getting Luxembourg also. Luxembourg is a little overcosted. Do we genuinely just try and cap Luxembourg? The servants are going crazy. Just so that we have a small bonus in France, or nah? Who can do the purge?
Ready for orders.
0%. Oh boy, and they haven't even defended it yet. We're stuck, man. Maybe we do go for Germany just as the consolation prize. Like, I'm not gonna be getting France anytime soon. So, Germany is more expensive, but they have a better economy, more science, and they already have a mission control. So maybe that's our play. There's only a 5%. Hang on, you're the wrong person.
Ready for my mission.
12%. I only have 11 influence right now. All this from a failed roll turn 1? It's more than one failed roll. To be fair. Is there a world in which you just go for a 26% control nation?
Bringing them to our side.
And then just send your other 2 dudes?
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me?
On a public campaign? spend a little money. We're spending a little too much money, but we kind of need to be successful here. I'll go for the 50-50 with Sinless. Okay, maybe our new celebrity, Arathon Procanato, can convince the German peoples to work with humanity first for us here, okay? I'm gonna lock that in. See what happens. An alarming new disease is spreading. Global health watchdogs are reportedly highly alarmed at a new variant of Rift Valley fever, a Bunya virus, which can spread easily human to human. Severe case symptoms include liver failure, loss of vision, or even hemorrhagic fever. Even more worrisome is its tendency to cause a miscarriage if infecting a pregnant person. There's currently no treatment or vaccine. Concerning. Provide funding for additional research. If I pay $100, we get a small public opinion boost around the world. Is $100 worth a small public opinion boost versus having money to get more organizations? Probably. The organizations that are out there are not that good right now. So I'm gonna say, provide funding for additional research. We still need to defend Spain. I still haven't even done that.
Nothing unusual found.
We did not successfully investigate the counselor in France. Who could it be?
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
1% public support in Germany.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Failed the second one. Come on, 28% chance to lock down a control point. I failed so many times. How about succeeding against low odds?
We were unable to establish control.
It was a critical failure. Come on, you need to rub it in. Rolled a 95. So not only did I fail, but I failed in such a way that at least one of my counselors is very upset about that. Yeah, Sinless Moon just lost respect for us because of that critical fail. That's -1 loyalty. It was embarrassing. All right, Restless DK, you can receive an augment. I'm thinking I normally would do administration, but we desperately need to persuade people of our good intentions. So I think I just give you the extra persuasion. I cannot handle the incompetence of my fellow agents. There's a lot of incompetence going on right now. An alien vessel's crashed down in Urumqi or Urumqi region in China. This is where Sin Kiang is in Hearts of Iron, right? Enemies are planning. What do I do? I don't know. I think we just have to handle the other alien threats abroad. Let's go surveil the location near the crash down.
Ready.
Where do you need me?
Actually, you can investigate alien activity.
Where do you need me?
Standing by for orders.
You're the only one who
Reporting
can.
in.
Okay, so you investigate the alien
We'll
activity
recon the
then.
site.
Standing by for orders.
Where do you need me?
No one can surveil. That's the only person who can surveil. So nobody can do surveillance and the other thing.
Ready to go.
Ready for orders.
Who's got a better
What's the
chance?
Acknowledged.
They're both 12%.
Standing by.
Ay, ay, ay.
Reporting in.
Okay. Well, I don't have very much influence right now. We're going to spend 8 influence on both of you to get 235%
Establishing our presence.
to control Germany.
At your service.
And then Sinless Moon, because we're so desperate, you just public campaign there. I'll give you $10. Good luck.
I will tell our story.
I will tell our story.
Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
We found the initiative. Hold on. Tickled my throat for some reason. The leaders of the shadowy cabal reveal little about themselves or their methods. In some regions, they are behind rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's government and corporations. In others, they've founded companies selling products that allegedly protect from a fictitious alien disease that they appear to have made up. Servants are always been off to a strong start in both my campaigns.
There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who think only of home, and those who think only of leaving home. Director Khalid Al-Ashgar, Archival Online Dating Profile.
That would be a hell of a dating profile to come across. Like, I don't know if you get many matches with that line. While we've been able to provide a few months of off-world comfort to a small handful of highly trained astronauts, the time has come to strive for something longer term or even indefinite. Our newly developed first-generation outpost HABs are the product of engineering built on decades of experience in the most hostile corners of Earth. A far cry from our early ventures, which were exclusively designed for scientific research, this new breed of space station is built for versatility, to provide off-world homes for dozens of souls, and for more walks of life than astronaut and engineer. Aside from essential life support and power functionality, these outposts are designed with a space future in mind. Each outpost, already a marvel in its own right, is capable of being further customized depending on specific mission requirements. Okay, so they have chosen to go to Deep System Skywatch, which is good because that aligns with our interest as well. That allows us to track alien vessels anywhere in the solar system so that we can see further. Right now, we're limited in scope of how much we can actually watch the aliens out there. We need to develop the technology to see further. Okay, show me some bad rolls again, because I know that's what you like to do.
Your case remains unheard.
Rip 50. We have not won a 50-50. There's a 54, but we have not won a 50-50 yet. So another failure. Maybe we win the low probability.
Recon complete.
That one's, there's no chance on this one. I've learned some useful info investigating the crashdown site. So an alien UFO just
Wrapping up here.
crashed down somewhere in this region. Every time you research those, you basically spend a little bit of ops, but you gain a permanent research bonus toward Xeno research. So we've done 2 crash sites. We have a plus 2% to research speed. It's not much, but it adds up over the course of the game.
We still lack support.
36% fail. I mean, it's 36. It's not gonna, you know, but
Our presence is growing.
we got one. 36% success chance, courtesy of Arathon Procanado.
Prepping for next mission.
Meanwhile, we're now competing against a protectorate who wasn't there a second ago. Now they are. So, they are racing to take control of Europe, man. I didn't realize it was gonna be this crazy. I'm a little bit confused. Why did nations have both found space program, but they already have one mission control? I thought, according to the text, mission control, or sorry, found space program unlocks boost in mission control. So why do they start unlocked? Just because we're part of the EU and they already have a space program? And are we just contributing to European Union's total boost in mission control through this? Well, we need to probably found our own. They're already halfway home to building an army also. We are going to have to remilitarize the Rhineland if the servants keep hold of France for this long. The Protectorate is poised to surpass... Yeah, I don't care. Just go all in on the other one. Dude, they took 2 spots in 1 turn. Why are they so good at this game? Do they just have god tier counselors, or are they just better than us? Are they just luckier? All right, Tanks of Frank, you desperately need, I want to say espionage.
I'm here.
So you can do purges better. I mean, well, you need crackdowns first, but you also need purges. That's tough. Or I can give you administration to try and get both via an organization. There are a lot of organizations that have both investigation and espionage, so a second admin might open that up for you. The problem is the options we have are just not good right now at all. None of them. Okay, Tanks of Frank, can you surveil the area and look for aliens?
Surveilling target area.
Ready for orders.
What are the odds that I get there before the Protectorate does to take the final control point? Not great. We are in weak starting positions right now for some reason. The scariest thing is always, do you get your influence back? If you, if somebody gets there before you? It's probably just wasted, but we kind of have to just gamble on it, unfortunately.
Ready to go.
Just do a little all-in on the executive control point, just hope for the best. And then just throw public campaigns.
We'll make our appeal. Making our case.
Feels like bad turns. So surveil mission complete, and we did indeed find some alien life forms here. As expected. We need to destroy them. New project available, Outpost Cores. For when we get some space stations set up. We don't start with a space station as Humanity First. I'm used to playing Project Exodus. Our adversaries have cracked down our control point in Portugal.
We're winning their hearts.
I'm getting destroyed right now, man. Public support in Germany has changed by 2%. I'm trying, dude. Climate Lab.
Public sentiment is increasingly
3%. All right, we have 12% support in Germany. That's raised our chances of the control to 57. That's the best I can do for you. We just have to get there before the Protectorate does. They've already defended their other 2 control points. So maybe they are, maybe they aren't trying to get executive right now. It's hard to say. Come on, give me a
Mission cancelled.
Oh, it's not good, boys. It's not good. I'm getting bullied. I don't remember getting this bullied last time we played a couple months ago. What the hell's going on? How are they landing every single roll as well? You know what I'm saying? Like the Protectorate is, they got 2 last time, 1 this time. Everyone is just taking all these points. I'm the only one missing rolls. Like they've somehow had time to get all of Indonesia, 3 out of 4 in Germany, 2 out of 3 in Thailand. They've got all 3 in Sweden. Like how they've got all 3 in Austria. How they even, I have like 5 control points. They have like 12. Maybe they just got some god tier counselors to start.
The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. Commander Fiona Ayawade, NATO Symposium on First Contact.
We are not alone. We have to rally our thrilled and frightened masses. Lots of new technologies to research. You might get clandestine cells to get a 5th agent. They picked orbital shipbuilding. It's early for orbital shipbuilding, guys, I think. It's a little early for that. We haven't even gone to the moon yet, and you guys want to build a space fleet. How do I come back from this?
Your orders?
Okay, well, number 1.
Your orders?
Ready for my
Sinless
mission.
Moon, you go try and take out the alien life forms over here, okay?
Going in hot.
Standing by for orders.
What's the op?
I don't know what the op is, brother. I've never been this bullied in this game. The op has just got to be like working our way in. We just need to defend what we got, which unfortunately is just who can defend?
Your orders?
Of course, only Sinless Moon you can either defend or attack, but not both. All right, I guess just defend Spain.
Making things safe for our people.
Where to?
Our counselors suck. Radical pivot to America. So you've never played this game, The Weapon? Okay, just checking. We compete for Belgium, Luxembourg now.
I'm here. Establishing control.
I'm
And
here.
if the servants get it first,
service.
then they get it first.
Taking control.
Ready to go. We must persuade the people.
Securing our interests.
Okay, we are secure in Spain. rough out there,
Public
man.
sentiment is increasingly with us.
1% public support. It's gonna take forever. 76 to take a Belgium-Luxembourg slot.
We failed to take control.
I'm not saying that just because it says 77, I deserve to succeed. I'm just saying someone needs to go count all of the failures of this campaign, young as it is, and find out what the probabilities are that we've failed this many of them. Because I swear we're failing like 2/3, no matter what our chances are here.
We still lack support.
You know, like, come on, man. This is 2 in a row. 2 77s failed. I've never been this unlucky since, yeah, Disco Elysium, I would say. The luck has to even out eventually, you'd think, but that's a gambler's fallacy, I suppose. It could just continue like this indefinitely. The reason I'm trying to get into Belgium-Luxembourg is because it borders both of our interests in France and Germany. So it's something. If I want to hold on to my slot in Germany, I've got to spend 20 influence just to defend it, just to annoy them, basically.
Your orders?
Which does feel bad, but I think is necessary.
Securing our control.
Just to be a thorn in their side.
Reporting in.
And then eventually try and like slide in to take more.
Putting our people in place.
Standing by.
At your service. I will tell our story.
I need to look at organizations. Can't afford any of them. I don't think there's any new ones anyway. Social Science Lab.
Making things safe for our people.
Okay, well. They'll have a harder time messing with us in here, I guess.
We hold no sway in their minds.
84% failure. Holy moly.
In each of us,
Unreal, dude.
embers glow. Through meditation, prayer, and togetherness, these dim sparks will blossom into the roaring flames they were meant to be. Superior Judith Helm, burn brighter, self-improvement.
Advanced chemical rockets. This tech will unlock some stuff that we'll eventually use. What did they do next? Advanced carbon manipulation for composite armor and batteries. The global research priorities are badly skewed this time. Normally they're going for like the moon and stuff right now. I guess it doesn't matter since I can't go there anyways. Are all of your counselors turned? Maybe, like, is that what happened? Are they all just like compromised already?
Our supporters are in place.
Gained a control point in Belgium, Luxembourg on a 77. Which I can't claim to be happy about because it seems like we're just due for a lot of makeup things.
We're taking over.
Okay, we got 2 out of 3 slots in Belgium, Luxembourg now. We have the executive branch. Ay, we're so behind. But it is a bit sad. So that'll be at least a small research buff, not much else. This is not really what we want, but now I've got to defend it.
Acknowledged.
What's the op?
The op is spend 20 more. We never did defend Switzerland. Gotta defend everything.
Protecting our interests.
What's the op?
Tank is literally a spy? Tank is a spy. They're our spies, supposedly. %2 chance at a successful crackdown. They're not a good spy. Not yet. We can almost afford a Helios spacecraft, which would be a mission control and a boost, which we desperately need. So that would be like the top priority to save up for. We'd need to start accumulating boosts. Okay, now what? Well, now what? Our choices are... What are the choices? They gave up a spot in Poland, or someone did a crackdown there? Italy is fully defended. Go for Slovenia. Just because it borders Italy and Austria? I don't know, dude. It's rough out there. What do I go for now? Everything takes giga influence, which we don't have. My choices are either just spend a lot of turns trying to do public campaigns, or go for the consolation prizes and just try to fill up on control points with smaller nations. Japan is already completely controlled by the initiative. No one's in China. Academy is going to India. Nobody's in Russia yet, because it takes a little while to get into Russia. Initiative has Kazakhstan. Servants have got, like, the UK and France. Ugh. This has been the unluckiest start ever. Maybe we can get this Belgium-Luxembourg slot. But I have to do public campaigning here.
I will try to sway the public.
Ready for orders.
Where do you need me?
That's not where I wanted you to go.
Mission.
Where the hell did you go, dude?
Ready to go. We must persuade the people.
Your orders?
2% chance at a crackdown. It's just not worth. I guess I'm just gonna do 3 public campaigns here.
Making our case.
Feels like a waste of time. Try not to spend any influence or money because we like need that for other things.
Securing our interests.
All right, so we defended in Belgium, Luxembourg. We need to spend influence to defend in Switzerland too.
The people will come to our side.
Plus 1%. We need more than 1%. 3%. 2%. All right, so with a concerted public campaign, we got 10% support in Belgium, Luxembourg. And then we need... Hello? The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrivals calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With a sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than the aliens. In short, our moment to strike is quickly passing. Our counselors report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct, as they must navigate the old protocols of travel, security, and international contacts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish now. Who are you playing as? Humanity first, aka Humanity last in this campaign. It's not going well.
Standing by.
I am straight up not having a good time.
Standing by for orders.
At the moment.
Ready to go.
It's been brutal.
Ready.
Where to?
Okay, I need to spend to lock down Switzerland, so it's going to cost 20 more influence. But it's got to be done. And then I guess just roll the dice on a low probability. I don't know. I think we can get a little bit more public support here first.
We'll make our appeal.
I'm here.
I think it would have already given up on the EU. Well, if you give up right now, you may as well start a new campaign. What are you gonna do? Go like take over Africa? You can't even do that. Resistance is in Libya, Morocco. They're leaving Angola. They're already tapping in India. Japan's already locked down. The Koreas are locked down. Kazakhstan is locked down. The US or Russia? You can't just go in the US since like the first early access release of this game. There's a reason nobody's in the US, is because it's the hardest one. It and China are the two hardest ones to get in, period. So there's not an option. Otherwise, they'd already be in there. But I also don't want to play America. It's boring. Canada has already got the Academy. Mexico's open, but again, I just don't want to play in the US. Like Canada, you just sit there and fast forward and stare at the meters going up in one blob.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready for orders.
Gotta start small.
Must persuade the people. Securing our control.
Clandestine cells. Recruit an additional counselor. Kinda need to start on that as fast as possible. I say we just go ahead and finish up Alien Flora since it's almost done. Put all of our research into it just to complete it and then work on getting another counselor. Oh my god, an alien base and an alien station has been detected. We've detected the aliens at Heridiothulus on Quor. And another base at Waywat. And a station at
How could one
Waywat.
so young, coddled as you are.
All right, don't talk. Living with the certainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds, our outer solar... Living with the certainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds, our outer solar system when it suits. What? Okay, of. Living with the certainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds of our outer solar system when it suits some scientific purpose to actively monitoring them as an intelligence gathering operation like sentinels on the watchtower. With Earth and space stations constantly in motion, doing so requires an integrated network of sensors and analysts ready to investigate whether a transient blip is a small and simple chunk of nickel and iron on a grand journey through the universe or an alien spacecraft coasting toward Earth. Big sentence, big sentence. Basically, it allows us to track alien vessels anywhere in the solar system, so that's why we just detected this Deep System Skywatch can now see all the way to this alien super battle station, giga colony, huge mining complex, tapping resources in real time, spitting out ships, as well as this alien station in orbit. Fusion reactors, battle stations, a citadel, they are ready to party. But that's not all. They've got another burgeoning station here, and they are expanding. And we've detected a few more ships. En route to low Earth orbit, heading our way. We may now research the Alien Origin Project. We got a lot to do. We need the operative first. Look at all these fleets coming to Earth. And we can't stop them. Here's the thing, though. Is this addressed by the game? In that the militaries of the world can definitely strike at satellites in low Earth orbit. So why in this timeline do they never try a first strike against alien ships that are in low Earth orbit before they crash? Because they hang out in orbit for a little while. They never launch anything to try to take them out. Information Science Lab.
We've moved the needle.
1% public support. We gotta do better.
Public sentiment is
2%. I didn't say how much better, I suppose. That's on me. I set the bar too low.
The people will come
How about 4%? Now we're cooking. Tanks of Frank. Tell them. I feel like they just dodge. Do you know how hard it is for a spacecraft that is in orbit to dodge? And how long of a burn it would take to even adjust your orbit to leave orbit? If the space battles are anything to go by, undistracted alien PD is pretty good. That's true, but I'd raise you the arsenals of the world against 1 or 2 ships. Like, if there was a genuine, real situation in which not only did we confirm alien crash down, but that there are aliens, and we can see them now with our telescopes, and watch them approaching Earth, I feel like it would be kind of trivial for humanity to pivot into a wartime industry to produce enough surface-to-orbit missiles to overload alien point defense. Even if it ends up creating a shit ton of space debris, the alternative is a bunch of aliens. We have completed the Alien Flora project. There was a limited amount to be gleaned from our study of the vegetative life that we've dubbed xenoflora, but not for lack of trying. The issue is that we've thus far been unable to fully crack its genetic makeup, for elements thereof are so, for lack of a better word, alien, as to be thoroughly inscrutable to us at present times. Neither have we been able to divine any clues as to its origin other than to say it's not from Earth. While we've previously observed correlation between xenoflora growth and alien crash sites, causation now seems highly probable. Even its behavior supports this conclusion. It spreads faster than any terrestrial flora or even fungus, and with eerie, almost machine-like regularity. To suggest that the xenoflora has been in some way genetically altered, or even wholly designed, would not be an unreasonable hypothesis. If left unchecked, it could very likely colonize a region in record time, preventing the growth of all other flora. To what end, we do not yet know. It would therefore be prudent to find a way to limit the organism's spread, whether through military or biological means. We now do 25% bonus damage to xenoforming. All right, and then we hop over from that to clandestine cells to try to get another counselor. I mean, the core conceit of the game of humanity not actually being united about deciding what to do comes into play. Counterpoint. Literally any faction, if humanity first takes over China, the US, or Russia, I don't need the rest of the world. I would just need my one country that I control. That would be more than enough for their single ships. The aliens are sending one ship at a time. I could just be like, we make missiles now that attack assets in low Earth orbit. Done. I don't need support from the rest of the world. Or any other people in humanity. You just need one nation. Enemies are planning. All right, show me the new organizations. Give me something I can actually use. Boop. Boop. We almost have enough money. Ooh, Caliburn spacecraft is very good. 2 boost and 1 mission control. That is very good. This is too expensive, but it is powerful if you can afford it, because you get a bunch of administration. Gulf Cartel. We haven't seen any of those good organizations that give you 1 investigation and 1 espionage. So I think we just save up for Caliburn. Okay, how are we doing here?
Ready for orders.
Does anyone have XP? Yes. Sinless Moon! You've got XP? What do you do, Sinless Moon? Right now, you kind of just have a bunch of admin, which seems redundant. So we're going to actually put this point into something that might make you more useful. But it feels awful just... I guess I'll just put it in command, actually, since that's what I want you to do. We need help with that. Might not be the right play, might be the right play.
Ready to go.
Okay.
At your service.
We can unlock a slot for research and additional projects.
What's the op?
I don't need that right now. I can barely do one at a time. In fact, as it stands.
Standing by for orders.
My problem is that my spy is not getting any better at spying at the moment. 14% at a crackdown. We gotta invest some influence and give you a chance, I think. I'm gonna say 16 for a 53.
Targeting their key people.
Best I can do, and then everyone else will support you with public
I will
campaigns.
tell our story.
At your service.
Or actually, you got to go assault an alien asset. I'll spend 2 ops.
Gear up.
Gear up. I'm going in.
I will try to sway the public.
You do that. I keep spending on my influence. I don't have room for another counselor anyway, do I? Not yet.
It has always been true that
Project Exodus. They're trying to leave this place. Maybe we can hitch a ride because it seems like I'm losing.
The time to go is now.
All right, if we listen, chat, if we invented deep space telescopes and saw that there were insane alien factories and stations being built in the outer rim of our solar system, and that we could confirm that they were deploying ships built on site to Earth orbit, that they were crash landing here on purpose or accident. Do you think it would be possible for us to intentionally Kessler syndrome ourselves as a defense shield? Be like, well, we may never get to leave, but you never get to come in. Do we have enough stuff in space to be able to create enough debris right now? If we destroy, then we would go into a new dark ages, wouldn't we? Because all like cross-planet communication would stop. The internet would be dead. You know? But still, is there enough stuff around Earth? If we destroyed all of it, would there be enough debris to stop and create a shield of debris for us? We don't have that much stuff up there yet. In this game world, the aliens have armor that can eat coil gun shots. Okay, counterpoint. They'd have to be traveling at a relative speed to the debris for that to matter. Right, Ace Tech? You could cut through armor with a piece of paper if the paper's traveling fast enough, right? So, coil gun shots are not that fast relative to orbital debris that might catch them on the way in. You know what I'm saying? Do you think anyone's ever like actually asked a scientist this? Would Earth be able to intentionally trigger the Kessler syndrome as a shield against alien threats? Yes! Terra Invicta players asked this 2 years ago in r/space. Quote, I've been playing Terra Invicta and wondering what it would look like if our species intentionally made Kessler syndrome worse. Imagine an orbital moat, they say, keeping dangerous aliens from extracting resources, or some sort of orbital salted Earth doctrine, where one superpower decides to deny their enemies the high ground. This is a question that all Terra Invicta players think. The top comment actually got 179 upvotes, if you were curious. I'll show you. He's reaching, says local chatter, who's about to be destroyed by facts and logic. You guys always think I'm like making shit up and then I search for something. I'm like, yeah, I told you I'm not the first person to ask this. In fact, someone else playing the very same game asked this. How much debris could we create if a few points of global GDP were put into the effort? It'd be relatively trivial to fill the entire orbital sphere with hypervelocity BBs. Given sufficient rocket launches, conventional high explosives wouldn't throw them fast enough to meaningfully randomize the orbits, but they would still spread from orbit that the launch vehicle used to lift them. What would the consequences be for the night sky? Basically none, other than the ability to go to space for a few centuries while we wait for the vestiges of atmosphere to slow all the debris down to allow us to re-enter. The really small stuff doesn't really hang around. The useful plot you're after is known as the Gabbard plot. A playlist of Gabbard plots with different events. I'd recommend Neil Stephenson's Seven Eves. This topic is highly relevant. Has anyone read that book, chat? Well, there's a lot of responses to this. All you need is a giant space laser to zap the garbage. Wikipedia laser broom. Also, ads starting soon. We're going to keep it here during the ad break. Just letting you know in case you get ads. Seven Eves is great. Just pretend the last third of the book doesn't exist. Okay, anyway. The answer is maybe. Seems that the answer is perhaps. The later tier TI coil guns shoot faster than the ISS orbits. The late stage coil guns shoot faster than 7.67 kilometers per second. How fast do they shoot? But anyways, you guys are thinking about this all wrong. All you gotta do is be like Piccolo and just destroy the other planetary bodies in space. Then they won't have any resources. But anyway, even if that's true, Ace Tech, that's kind of just like the OC of the Terra. You're talking about Terra Invicta. I don't think that it's fair to be like, well, my armor blocks that. You know? Well, I'm gonna launch something at 10 kilometers per second at you. My armor blocks that. Okay, I use lasers? My armor's resistant to lasers. Okay, we're gonna detonate. Yeah, it's just, we're trying to, I'm just talking about like a hypothetical real alien. A real hypothetical alien. As opposed to Terra Invicta specifically. Neil Stevenson is an acquired taste. He doesn't know how to write characters. Not my words, chat. I was just reading a chat message. Build a railgun on the moon. Now you're talking. I'm waiting for the ad watchers to come back before I unpause. If aliens have some kind of field propulsion, they could probably move stuff around in orbit using fields. Maybe. I'm just saying, I feel like humans, unless an alien sort of contact involves some kind of fourth dimensional beings that can exist outside of our regular laws of physics, right? If they're beholden to the same rough laws of physics, I feel like we've got a bunch of pretty decent defenses against them. That's all I'm saying. Unless they can literally mind control people by just like pointing a light at you or something. That's pretty much what it would take. If it was just like highly advanced post-conventional sort of weapons and armaments, I still feel like we'd hold our own for a little bit. Just by sheer numbers. They would have to invade with like armies and armies. If they wanted control. If they wanted to just destroy us, that's a different thing. We're not talking about that. These aliens don't want to just like destroy us. They want control. So I feel like an alien group that would want that same level of control would have a real uphill battle. I think if you just wanted to eliminate us, that would be pretty trivial.
I will report when my mission is complete.
An alien vessel has crashed down in the Kharkiv region in Ukraine. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. Gotta go investigate that now too. All right, big money on the crackdown. Big money on the, like, it's so sad at this point that we're just hoping for Belgium, Luxembourg. That's kind of where we're at in this campaign already. It went downhill real fast, and I can't even take these are 92% successes I'm failing, okay? Another failure. Add it to the list.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
One success, I got a 1% buff, wowee. Spain has joined the list of spacefaring nations by launching a small satellite into orbit. Factions may begin building boost and mission control there. All right, so we've got mission control. That we're probably just donating to the EU, I would assume. Or I guess I can just, if I start putting points into mission control now, am I just donating this to the EU? Who knew that Spain was going to be our best hope? It's not really what you want. No offense, Spain, but you're good with other people, you know, as our sole holding with Switzerland, not so good. Not exactly what we want. We're gonna try and build an army next. And then we can redirect 16% afterward. New project available. Talent development project. All counselor candidates in a recruiting pool start with higher stats.
Crackdown complete.
Oh my god, we actually hit a greater than 50-50 chance with a critical success. I don't know what a crit crackdown success even does better for us. Is that allowed? I guess maybe it just stays crackdown longer. Xenoflora defoliants, 25% bonus damage to xenoforming. We're doing clandestine cells first. We are currently attacking alien assets in China right now. We just got the plus 25% damage bonus. So if we land this, then good timing.
Target secure.
We believe we have wiped them out. Good job. Let's turn this around. Humanity First consolidates control in Greece. This unlocks certain powerful options for set policy, including joining and leaving federations and unifying with other nations. For what that's worth. Okay, so now we need to lock down Belgium, Luxembourg, and then I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have anything beyond that, unfortunately. We could go back for Portugal, because literally, what else am I gonna do?
I'm here.
Defend interests have expired in Greece is a
Ready
problem.
Your orders. Securing our interests.
Where to?
Purge. Gotta spend 16 influence just for a 72% chance.
Removing our enemies.
Ready for my mission.
Reporting in.
Caliburn is open. I think we have to take it, right? That's a +2 boost a month, which is gonna help us a ton right now because we get no boost from anywhere, which is gonna help us launch stuff into space, and then +1 mission control. So I guess our person with 9 administration should take it. All my money! And 16 influence. Gaming right now. Not really.
What's the op?
What is the op? That's a good question. Chat, what's the op? We got a bunch of garbage. Is the op just public support in France and just bide our time forever?
Where do you need me?
What's the op?
Increase unrest and coup of France. You know how hard that is to do?
Ready for my mission.
With a 6 command individual and no ops generation each month? Even if I did 32 ops per, 69% success, and it would take like 10 turns before that actually worked. Oh boy. I think we have a spot in Germany, so we just try and like get into the rest of Germany. It's probably I either build rep in Germany or I build rep around it. And try and take some of these other points. Probably just in Germany and just go with the one that we already have a foothold in. I don't know, dude.
Making our case.
This is... Reporting in.
Feels untenable.
I will tell our story.
I have no money, no influence. I do have boost now. So that's gonna start accumulating, which is nice. They have not come in peace. Images of obvious alien military ships and structures in the far solar system have dashed hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts about their arrival. Roughly half the control points belonging to the Academy will suffer a crackdown for 12 months. The Academy suffers a massive loss in public opinion around the world. All nations' cohesion moves towards extreme values. Time to jump all the Academy. In India to... Wait, the Academy's in Italy. Oh, baby. Hold up. We got a new plan now. I forgot that the Academy was in Italy. They're also in Canada. That's pretty much it. Ireland. Bulgaria. I couldn't have predicted that these points would be the ones that get cracked down, though. So, I don't think I could have preempted that. China threatened airstrikes against Philippines, but declined to go forward. What is going on? There's another agent in Czechia doing who knows what.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Well, public opinion in Germany.
The people will come to our side.
And a little bit more. Time to move in on Italy for sure, dude. That would be very nice. Whoa.
With each passing day, humanity shatters the boundaries of the possible. It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button. We need only the will to do so.
Crash landing in Ukraine?
Generous investment, of course. Chairman Soren van Dijk, opening remarks during Western Armory's annual earnings call.
Advanced electromagnetism. To meet the aliens in kind, we require a paradigm shift in our own tech. We must reach the stars, both so that they can become a staging ground for the advancement and defense of humanity, and so that we can tap the remarkable resources for ourselves. In addition to counter the advanced weapons our rivals might wield against us, we require bleeding-edge armaments of our own. Scientists believe the best way forward is via magnetics on a hitherto unprecedented scale. Their tests have successfully demonstrated that precise sequential firing of a row of powerful electromagnets can grant incredible acceleration to a moving object. In time, they believe we'll be able to apply this to a handheld weapons projectile to rapidly catapult resources from deep space to our facilities. Piano time. Or to build spacecraft capable of boosting propulsion to reach once impossible speeds and destinations. Furthermore, they theorize that powerful magnetic fields could be used to contain new and unstable forms of energy. These latest advancements are but a gateway to a bright future. We cannot yet wholly dispense with the old ways of propulsion, transport, and containment, but certainly a reality where we can dramatically augment them with magnetic force is within reach. The doorway to tomorrow yawns open before us. Superconductors, mass drivers, things that we have no hope of making anytime soon, or maybe ever. Perhaps ever. All right, what did you guys go to next? Deep space propulsion concepts. I wish I could help you all, but I gotta do clandestine cells. The longer they take to go to the moon, the better for us.
Mission aborted.
The target was already purged. Why is the human faction the slowest ass faction? Why do all the AI NPCs get to do all of their tasks just faster for some reason? Also, if I might vent at the devs, I believe that the faction who does the first crackdown should be tracked by the game and get a small bonus to purging on follow-ups. I hate this so much. You do all the work, set up multiple turns, finally get a crackdown in, then you go to purge, and the AI just snipes it out from under you. The only way to counter it is to have multiple agents who can do purge and crackdown, and then have one do the crackdown and the other do the purge simultaneously, and just assume that both of them will be successful in a row. Drives me crazy. It just wastes my turn. You get like no refund for anything, and I just helped the resistance get a spot here for some reason. What do we have now? Monthly income plus 17. Andromeda Holdings is 2.2K. It's expensive. If we had anywhere in France, this would be amazing, but it also costs 250. Imagine controlling France. Man, these counselors, you guys are the worst counselors. I don't know if I say that. Do I say that every time I play this game? Trade unions. What does that do? More easily lost to a that's just what Crackdown does. Orgs based in this nation are cheaper to acquire. Nah, I want the mass media one. I'll pay one influence to make it slightly more likely. If someone else gets in there first, I'm gonna be furious. I only have one person who can do purges.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Okay, I don't know
Where do you need
what
me?
to do with who. What to do with who? Restless DK, you're kind of worthless to me now, bro. I need a 5th agent, and I need him to actually be good. Okay, I guess public campaign. Either in Luxembourg or in Italy. I guess
I
Italy.
will try to sway the public.
What's the op?
Sinless. The op is... Wait, Sinless, I guess, can technically do a crackdown also. Or try a purge. So we do have 2 people that can technically do it. You only have 4 espionage, but it seems like it's not that difficult. So I guess we'll do both at the same time.
Targeting the opposition.
And just go
making our case.
All in here on Italy. Do my best. It's all you can do. This dude's not having a good day. Information leak. Sensitive military secrets have been leaked by Spain. The leaks reveal that Spain has been spying on their close allies, a fact that many are aware of but don't want to acknowledge publicly. Worse, these leaks reveal key details of their allies' military plans, supply levels, and other secrets. The leaks appear to have originated in an online chat room of some kind. Make a standard apology. Humanity First suffers a small loss in public opinion. The traitor must be executed. Is this gonna kill one of my counselors? That seems worse. Just because if that does kill a counselor, is that a bad thing? It is, because I don't have enough choices to get a new one. Are there new people out here? Or are these the same people that were there before? I would say the high command rebel, but I've already started putting command on my other dude. Surely it doesn't kill a counselor. About to find out for 50 ops. Is that like an option that only Humanity First can pick? Maybe it's just a bonus for us?
Laying the groundwork.
I will report when my mission is complete.
I will report when my mission is complete.
All right, I'm sure I'm racing the AI trying to get Italy now, and let's see if I can win one. Because we still got plenty of control point
We're
cap.
winning their hearts and minds.
That's just a public campaign.
We've moved the needle.
Okay, 2 more percent, 3% total. We have a 93 and 96. If no one else caps it first, which is the scary part. Okay.
Our people have taken control.
We got one. The mass media point. We got 2. All right, we got foot in the door. The trade unions, we rolled a 71 on a 76, so we barely got that one. I'll take it, to be honest. Okay, let me set these up then. The economy's going down. I don't want that. Don't need too much in welfare. I want knowledge. Keep the government propped up. Keep some funding. Need some mission control. And to finish building an army would be nice. So we can take out some alien assets that end up here. We've consolidated executive control in Switzerland. That's Austria. Wrong place. Okay, so good things are happening. We need more good things to happen, though. I mean, we need to take France somehow.
Standing by for orders.
We got 1 spot in Germany, 2 spots in Italy, 4 spots in Spain, 2 spots in Belgium, Luxembourg. Things are a little bit of a mess. Arathon Procanato, you can be augmented. Feels like that the only right play is like, what else can you do besides persuasion? Nothing. You're the celebrity. This is all you do. So just take persuasion. I might just buy Vulcan extraction for the monthly income. It pays for itself in a few months, and then it's just a little extra cash for us. I could get the org that buffs research speed. And then Cassiopeia does have investigation, which would be good for tank. Like, I might have to buy that afterwards. Let's get Vulcan first. That way we just get a little extra income. Okay, so their executive seat is also cracked down, which is kind of spicy. So they've got this one defended. We don't want to defend unless we've got all the control points we can get. So I think we've already cracked it down, so we just need to try and purge. I don't think I want to spend 32 influence. Probably 16.
We're taking power.
Reporting in.
And then just try and make that more successful, I guess.
We must persuade the people.
Ready for orders.
Wasn't there like a alien thing in Ukraine? Did we just miss that?
Reporting in.
Yes. There was alien activity. We're just ignoring it. I have to.
Your orders?
Until this is done. In fact, I'm gonna... Well, I don't know if I could take 2 swings at it. He's not very... Sinless Moon, you're not very good. No offense. What do you do, Sinless Moon? Nothing! Useless!
We'll make our appeal.
I'm just gonna do triple rep just to try to boost the odds that we take this slot. I don't know. Feels bad. Because it's only a 60%, so if we get a little public opinion, it'll increase the odds this is successful, and then that way you can be redirected to go handle the alien crash sites and whatnot. Hey, clandestine cells! We can recruit another dude. We can recruit another dude and also do what? Just go talent development, so our counselor candidates start with bonus stats, or is that too slow? Might be worth. None of these other ones are that good. Like, I don't... Ooh, are these are some new counselors. We have an investigator with 9 investigation, an apocalyptic government employee from Japan. Not many jobs that they can do. An officer who is a doctor. Research bonuses, quick learner, augmentations are cheaper. 6 administration, 7 command. That's a strong doctor. A doctor who can start coups in nations and assault alien assets. I can't take you seriously. Solomon Dejani in this costume that you're clearly wearing here. Media darling. Okay. Another investigator with high investigation, but they can only do crackdown. You know how I would change the UI? Among other ways. So let's put this in context. I have put how many hours into Terra Invicta? Almost 200 hours into Terra Invicta. And I still get confused about what missions are in the game and under which categories. Why not, on every character's sheet on the recruiting page, show every possible mission under every category, but if they can't do it, it's grayed out. That way it just highlights the missions that they can do so that you can still see in dimmer text the missions that they can't do. Because what I'm still having to do right now is be like, wait, what are the other investigation missions? Crackdown, investigate, detain. Okay, let me find someone else. Maybe that's all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to like compare to everyone else to find what all the jobs are, unless you've memorized them after hundreds of hours. That would help me so much when recruiting somebody. Other than the fact that this dude is another addict, why do we keep finding addicts? And I don't love Inscrutable, but they have a lot of good jobs that we like can't do, or only one person can do, such as defend, advise, investigate alien activity, surveil. We have no one that can detain counselors. We have no one that can assault enemy space. I don't know. I'm gonna wait a little while. Ooh, the 9 espionage. Enemy of the state. Cannot perform missions in home nation. But they can't do anything. They don't have any good espionage missions. I'm just gonna wait until we research talent development, I think. Hire somebody then, get the bonus stats. I don't know if it's retroactive. I forget. Thanks again, Lost Guardian, for the 3-month sub. If I missed you earlier, appreciate it. Lost Guardian, what up? Commodore also for 38 months. I saw you for over 3 years. Killimac, I saw you. Thanks, guys, again for subbing. We almost failed this. I think it said applies to all current counselors too. I think it does. All counselor candidates in our recruiting pool and all counselor candidates. Yeah, the pool, they gain 2 command, 2 security, and they also immediately get it +2/+2. Is there anybody here worth recruiting? They seem bad. We have no science at all. Do we have any counselor who has any science? 0, 0, 0, 0. Holy. Not that it's the most important stat, but like 0 is not ideal. Also another addict. This is the addict run. think I'm just gonna wait until it refreshes again. There's gotta be some better options. I actually think this doctor is reasonable. The problem is he overlaps with the other guy that we've got for command, though I don't necessarily hate having two people who can do command, but he can't really do anything else. Because I need these basic jobs. And he's got 6 administration to start with. Some monthly income. Some life science research is government approved. Detects other counselors, and his augmentations are cheaper. A doctor with no science. I think we just, like, hire him with the anticipation of firing Arathon in the near future, and then replace them after that sometime. I don't know if it's worth it, but welcome, Alex, our 3rd US person. I don't know if that's good either. But a 2nd person who can do a bunch of those other jobs would be nice. Critical success, 6% popularity for us in Italy. Italy, they love us. Portugal, under the control of the resistance, has decided to leave the European Union. I mean, maybe we should do the same, but I just have to figure out how to kick them out of France is the issue. Gotta figure it out. A wave of fear. Hope has given way to a surge of anxiety over the circumstances of the alien arrival. Across the globe, people look upon each other with suspicion and turn to smaller, more familiar groups at the exclusion of others. Panic. All human nations' cohesion moves toward extreme values. Not like this.
Our enemies are still in control.
Failed a 68% roll as expected. Unsuccessful control point cap. We try again. I suppose. Why would anything be easy ever in this campaign? Oh yeah, since he has quick learner, augmentations only cost 18 XP instead of 20. Probably just command, right? I can't afford enough administration or organizations to fill everyone's admin. It's kind of the issue right now. I'm broke. Is the problem. I have no money. So we'll take command, I guess. Hector rocketry would be great for 2 more boosts. Alas, it would take us 3 more months of saving money to afford, by which point it's probably gone. Our income's very low. I think we just get Cassiopeia Intelligence Solutions to give an investigation to Tank so that they can do crackdowns better. That's all I got. Okay, so if we click on the control point instead of this, it says 0%, but we're trying to target the one that's already been cracked down. Influence.
removing our enemies.
Standing by for orders.
And then I guess just do more public campaigns here? I don't know.
Making our case.
I'm trying to win, man. It's not that easy.
I will try to sway the public. I will tell our story.
Acknowledged.
Oh yeah. The way that Alex Essenmacher. Chat, who wants to be Alex Essenmacher? All you have to do... Me? Okay. There you go. There you go. You're an Ace Tech. The rest of you should have been paying more attention or had faster internet. How about this? To make it up to you, the first non-sub who types, "I am a silly little E," is gonna get a free gift sub. Okay, you are a silly little E. Here you go. Biscuit dough hands, man. Enjoy your sub. Ace Tech, what the hell do you do? Okay, I don't remember why I'm on this screen. There was a reason. Oh, you can go investigate alien activity. Thank you so much. We have no overlap there.
We'll recon the site.
Where are you flying? You're flying to Ukraine to go investigate. Sending good Dr. Ace Tech on the scene. That is the plan.
Mum's last years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless, smiling, free.
You can't go to the pool
Fiona Ayawade
for too many hours, especially when you're older, because you're already kind of wrinkly, so you're just gonna get more wrinkly when you're like lounging in the water for that long. Okay, so you don't want to shrivel up too much, or you're gonna age further by staying in the pool too long. The rules of aerospace cease to be, where there is less aero and more space. Craft built for the purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowance for design versatility when friction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense and designs more utilitarian. This does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if we're to avoid time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention finding room for colossal factories. Once the sizable initial investment is complete, orbital shipyards provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels alike will be born. New orgs are now on the market. The following tech may be researched: principles of space warfare. And they're doing mission to Mars next? Have we even done mission to the moon? They're going straight to Mars. I'd rather you didn't, because I don't have enough boost yet to send a probe to Mars. Maybe I don't know how much it costs. We're still trying to do talent development. Okay. Having 5 agents is nice. Get some more jobs done each turn.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We are winning the hearts and minds of Italy.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Never mind. We had a 94% chance and we crit failed, which is reducing the loyalty of one of our people.
The people will come to our side.
Mission in progress.
42% public support translates to a 75% chance to kick the Academy out. Get them out of here, dude. New project available. Interplanetary warships. You can make gun batteries, gunships, escorts, corvette. No, we're not going to make any of those right now. Sounds cool, but we just can't afford it.
Recon complete. Wrapping up here.
Yeah, recon. That's not the voice I expected Dr. Ace Tech to have. Recon complete. What did you find there, Ace Tech?
Our associates are now in charge.
There we go. Purge mission success. Humanity First is now in control of the executive branch in Italy. So we are gonna put some points scattered around. Invest in funding, which is like long-term money into our pockets. Don't really need the boost yet. Mission control's fine. Really just want to build the army. So, diverting more resources there. Now we have to defend it. And then work on whittling away Italy from the last seat. Our control point cap has gone up, probably due to the extra...
Ready for my mission.
Administration is definitely helping. Among other things.
Ready for my mission.
I'm ready for my mission. Okay. So, here's the deal.
Reporting in.
Standing by for orders.
Trying to think of who can do
Your
what.
orders?
I haven't figured out what you guys can do yet. I think Tanks of Frank and Ace Tech are the only two who can do surveillance. So of the two,
Your orders?
Let's have Ace Tech surveil where you are right now.
Surveilling target area.
Look for other alien life. Tanks of Frank, you can try a crackdown. It's a 1%. Not good. Kind of stuck here for a while. Maybe they'll choose not to renew.
I'm here.
Ready to go.
Okay, Sinless Moon, you can defend, so defend our interests in Italy.
Protecting our interests.
Now what? Try and just consolidate Belgium, Luxembourg, maybe? Go back to that?
Ready to go.
What's the op?
Wait. 28% there? We can get that up to like 68?
Going after their people.
Standing by.
Why not? Then who's got the lowest loyalty?
Standing by.
Ready.
I'm here.
Our celebrity has like a 9 apparent loyalty. Is it worth in doing some inspires soon, or just maybe we just public campaign in France
We'll make our appeal.
and start trying to whittle that down?
Making our case.
I don't really know. Or go back to Portugal and cap Portugal too, so we have the whole thing. I think France is the most important, so let's just lock that in.
Making things safe for our people.
Okay, so we've got our spots in Italy are locked down. What did you find in Kharkiv, Ace Tech? Some alien life forms. As expected. There they are. Close to doing talent development. The Papal Bull. The Vatican issued a statement appearing to endorse the efforts of the Protectorate. The Pope wants to appease the aliens? We are seeing an impact in public opinion in heavily Catholic regions around the world. Huh. Well, we still have a majority in Italy, so...
We've moved the needle.
What are you guys
Public
doing there?
sentiment is increasingly with us.
I guess we're gonna have to go take over the Pope's seat of power. Crackdown mission success in Belgium, so we now control, or not, we could purge from Belgium, Luxembourg. That's exactly what I'm gonna do next turn. Let's start to go 5 times. Uh-oh. Our adversaries have cracked down in Portugal. It is what it is. Time for a little 5 times speed. Time for a new Pope? Maybe one of these chatters can become the Pope. This is how that works, right? You just have to run a little campaign, try to get people to vote for you. We've completed talent development project. All of our counselors immediately gain +2 command and +2 to their security attributes. It's not bad. What should I start researching next? And why is it commercial research to get $100 to buy some more organizations? Because that's what we're having the biggest problem with right now, is there's some good organizations out there we can't afford. Like Madisonian societies, +2 persuasion. That would help us. That would help a couple of these people. That's actually not the most important one. Volan's Aerospace is not as good as the other space one that was just out, but it would let us afford the, get the extra boost at mission control. I think it's gonna be money. Your enemies are planning. I like how it's like not the other players or not the other factions. They're not planning. My enemies. We must destroy them all. Okay, since the seat in Belgium is free, we're gonna try and purge that.
Terminating the opposition.
91 seems good.
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me?
Okay, we have to go defend Spain because the timer's up and those points are no longer defended, so we gotta stay on top of that.
I will try to sway the puddle.
Ace Tech. What? Why can't I access this mission? Is it because there's like active combat going on there? Like these armies are fighting against the alien life forms or something? It's easy, just start a coup in France. Is he not allowed there because of a trade? Well, he's already in it. But it says there's no target. We would have to destabilize, which takes command. So Sinless would be 30% to destabilize France a little bit. It might be the only way to shake him out. To be honest, I don't know what else to do. Like, just start building on it.
Standing by.
Can anyone else destabilize or just Sinless?
At your service.
It's gonna take forever if it's just one person. Ace-Tech, you can stabilize. You're a force of positivity in the world. But you can't destabilize. No negative. That would go against the Doctor's Creed. Unless it's a Xeno. You can kill the Xenos. They don't count.
At your service.
Okay, so Ace-Tech, why don't you go
securing our
defend
control.
Spain?
Ready to go.
Sinless, you start increasing unrest. We're gonna go with 4 ops.
The people demand justice.
Protecting our interests.
And see what's going on. And then we're gonna check the state of the world here soon. We are winning their hearts and minds.
Winning their hearts and minds.
We are winning their yep. What he said.
The uprising is underway.
You sound so like confident. The uprising. Behold, in Lyon. They went from completely peaceful to 0.5 unrest. It's over. Servant bros in France. You have no, the uprising is underway.
We've removed some threats.
Okay, purge
Prepping for the next
success.
mission.
We have all 3 points in Belgium, Luxembourg for what that's worth. May not be worth much, but we have it. Which means we now control 3 out of 4 in Italy, 4 out of 4 in Spain, and then 3 in Belgium, Luxembourg, and then 1 point in Germany. So we actually surround France from 4 different places. Oh, and Switzerland, 5. So we got as much pressure as we can exert here. Also, there's gonna be an ad coming in here in a second. We'll take a BRB afterwards. Turkey and Italy have ended their alliance. Oh yeah, when I have enough influence, we need to make some alliances between the nations that we currently control. That is true. Oh yeah, I didn't get up there in the last one, so I'm gonna take a BRB this time. Oh, we can increase unrest with you. You're just not very good at it. You only have 5 command. Which is unfortunate. So what is now the play? What is now the play? We actually, ooh, is it Gamba? It is Gamba. Gamba on mass media? Actually, if you get the legislature, then you get bonus to purge against the executive. Yeah, so you Gamba on mass media. Target over control point cap is a 7.2. That's why we're getting such a bonus there. I'll be back to this in just a minute. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good evening. Hope you're having a good evening. Be right back. I need a water refill. Yo. What up? Chat, what are you guys gaming on tonight? What are the chatters of the world playing right now? Across the world. Star Sector, Terra, Invicta, Starbound. No, you're not. Who's playing Starbound in 2026? Vintage Story, Slay the Spire 2, Terra Invicta, Stormworks, Everything is Crab. Night Raider, Crab, Dwarf Eats Mountain, Victoria 3, Stellaris, Kerbal Space Program, Iron Storm on the Sega Saturn. All right, hipster. I've seen a couple people playing Everything is Crab. I don't know anything about it. I assume that it is emulating the do stuff, get XP, choose thing gameplay. The take on Vampire Survivors. I don't know what Dwarf Eats Mountain is. I don't know what Iron Storm is. I don't know what Blackjack it is. Everything is Crab is Spore Survivors. Would I like it, or would I think it's just a gimmicky riff off of other better games? I'm not asking what you think it is. I'm asking what do you think I would think of it. Crab is fun for a bit, gets a bit shallow. Let's see. I want to say it's good. I was addicted to the demo, and I'm addicted to the full game currently. But currently, I am at pressure 11. I don't know what that means. And I feel like that addiction is simply an addiction. What are we saying here? Currently, addiction. I've been reading other reviews in between quote runs, going insane at the total dissolution of the already fragile game balance post-pressure 10. Again, I don't know what that means. And I see several common valid criticisms shared among both positive and negative reviews. Very valid opinions mostly, I'd say. What those are, I'll get into in a moment. What do you mean in a moment? Okay, so you had more to say. Need an editor for that one. I'm looking at time played, like 5 to 12 hours so far. When did this come out? This one, the one top thumbs down is 25 hours. Came out 5 days ago. You kind of get your fill with the demo. So what you're saying is it'd be hard to do a full stream of. I think you'd find it shallow after the first few runs. Interesting. Unfortunately, I need to lock down the control point in Belgium. Someone's got to do that. Ace Tech, you're the dude who just runs around defense stuff now. Which, to be honest, is still valuable.
Securing our interests.
Ready.
Then, Tanks of Frank, we're gonna just gamba on a French crackdown of their mass media control point, which will give us bonus to public campaigns. We have 113 influence, so we're gonna start throwing in 16 influence at a time for a 1 in 5.
Targeting their center of power.
Your orders?
Simultaneously, I was gonna increase unrest here, but maybe it'd be better just to go all in on campaigning.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready.
And just try and boost the chance of like sneaking in there. I don't know if it's worth any money. I think it's just we could throw 2 people doing crackdowns at the same time, but it's only a 7%. Because your investigation's only at 3. I'll throw $10 at the issue.
We must persuade the people.
I'm sure it's like millions, but
We'll make our
just go all. The faster we can get into France, the better the rest of this campaign goes. France is the seat of power of the European Union. They've got the army, they got nukes, they got the boost, they got the mission control. Their economy is actually worse than Germany's, but they have more funding, less science. They got control of the space. But yeah, we're getting a massive malice because the servants have overextended. They've gone over their control point cap, so they're getting debuffs to their current holdings. That's the only reason we even have a chance at getting in there, because they are greedily hoarding a control point in India on top of all of Brazil, all of France, all of the UK. Random control point in Norway and Finland. Mostly that. How much are the UK control points? Not that much, actually. 16? Not much. Space dock. And a supply depot for space activities that we are not currently interested in. So we got plus $100 from our research, commercial research. At some point we need to do the alien origin, but I guess either outpost core for the future so we can start unlocking other technologies for research, or just start on alien origin. I'm gonna do the outpost core and help with deep space propulsion a little bit. All right, I believe
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
3% public opinion in France. More. 3 more percent. More. 3 more percent. We're surging to 37% support. We've got great celebrity Arathon Procanato at the Louvre.
Wrapping up here.
Sinless Moon, the politician who is apparently influential in some way. What do you do again? You're an oligarch. You're a famous, rich oligarch. And Restless DK, an activist. Anti-space alien activist. Who is a secret addict and also has 23 XP that I can use right now. Okay, you only have 1 administration, which is not good, so I'm gonna give you an administration. Do we have enough money for this aerospace? Chat, do you think it's worth 425 money? Millions of dollars for 1 boost and 1 mission control? It might be the best we got. Basically, we're trying to save up boost so that when we can go to Mars and we can go to the moon, boost is the resource that we have to spend in order to send probes out to different places and also to launch different either orbitals or launch the resources necessary to build little outposts. So I think I have to take it even though there's better ones. The better ones would be, for example, Caliburn, in my opinion, which has +2 boost and takes up the same amount of space. So it's one less boost than I would like, but it's still pretty good. Ace Tech, this is for you. We have to start saving and accumulating boost. The bonus mission control is also nice for us. Crackdown failure, it was a 1 in 5, or 1 in 4. It was a 1 in 5. Got it to a quarter. I'm gonna say repeat mission. Try it again next time. Germany has decided to leave the European Union. Oh man. The Protectorate is bailing. This is exactly why we need to get control of it fast. Stabilize things. Bring it all under one. Those rockets launching, that rocket just explode?
I will try to sway the public.
Nothing else matters except for taking this spot.
I will tell our story.
I think. Public opinion, public opinion, public opinion.
Your orders?
Like I can spend more, I guess. I just don't think it's worth more.
Cracking down.
What's the up?
Oh. Ace Tech, what the heck are you doing over here? What are you doing? Not much. You could advise. I think it's better. You're not even good at inspiring people. I suppose you can surveil and go look for aliens over here? I don't know. Did we not already look? What else can you do? Nothing.
Initiating recon.
Perhaps we could surveil. Actually, let's just surveil in France and see if we can find one of their agents around here, maybe. That could be okay.
Setting a watch.
You find anybody? Nothing sus over here? Oh no, you went down from a 20 to a 17%, Tanks of Frank. But you've got 20 XP. You only have 2 administration. But like, I kind of desperately need you to have more investigation. So I'm just gonna give you the investigation now. Because it helps you right now. Now it goes up to 22. See, +1 investigation just gave you a 5% chance of success. Now it's back to 21.
Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Beek, Internal Memo.
Leaving Earth is one thing. Colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another, and perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Oh, that was not at the start of a new sentence. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing, at least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel, with their current resources constrained both by storage and propulsion limitations. It's a problem the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and they now believe a pathway to next-gen propulsion systems is open. Efficiency is the foremost avenue of their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of propellant, while reducing wear and damage to ships' drives and nozzles. Now that the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe there are 3 possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, or electrothermal propulsion. each with advantages and will depend upon prior discoveries in other fields. New tech unlocked. Project Exodus contributed the most and picked mass drivers next. So I'm just not going to help you guys with that. Factions that contributed more to this tech will scan bodies faster. Fine, I'll give you points to Mission to Mars. Just so I can get some scans in.
We've moved the needle.
Wasn't our public support just at 37% in France a second ago?
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Our public support here has gone down by -1 because Sinless Moon crit failed. Useless oligarchs. Now Tanks of Frank only has a 14% chance of success here. It's embarrassing.
Lost their trail.
And of course, you failed. Turn after turn of this embarrassment. A UFO has crashed down in Cape Town, South Africa. Well, Ace Tech, you got a new job. Faked alien activity is prominent in Greece. Cattle mutilation, crop circles, strange lights in the sky. A clever prankster has been taking advantage of recent uncertainty by staging a number of well-orchestrated pranks across Greece, drawing attention away from the danger that the real aliens pose. Kill them. Oh, it should be easy enough to debunk them, or whoever they are, they've got talent. Make them an offer that they can't refuse. Allowed for extremist factions. Pay 20 ops, gain 100 influence, and a small public opinion boost around the world. I'll take the opinion boost every time. Hire them, then kill them. For making light of our situation. Chad, how much do you believe? All in. 64 influence. You don't believe? Oh, you don't? Okay, maybe 32 then. We can't fail them all. Can we though? All right, one all in.
Turning up the heat.
Ready to go.
Where to?
One all in.
We'll make our appeal.
With 3 on public campaign to improve our rep, and Ace Tech, you go check the alien activity in South Africa.
Where do you need me?
This is the first I'm seeing of this game. Looks very interesting. Yeah, it's a cool 4X. There's a lot of RNG, but it's about trying to curb your RNG, basically. But it's a addicting strategy game that will, once you get involved, absorb potentially hundreds of hours of your life. New project available, Killer Instinct. If we research this, we gain a +4 to assassinate missions. And you also get 100 ops. Strong one more turn feels. Very strong one more turn feels for sure. Just because you're always one turn away from things finally doing what you want them to do.
Mission in progress.
Okay, we got a nice 4% boost from Marathon.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We're trying to build our popularity in France to support our agent. The more popular we are, the easier a crackdown is. So we're up to 35%. We're trying to get the servants of the aliens out of France.
The people will come to our side.
We're up to 41, I believe. Give me one more.
People will come to our side.
We've almost got a 50% public opinion score. We've been diverting all assets to France for like 2 months in-game.
We've neutralized those.
Yes! Boosted that up to a 53%. All right, crack down through their defenses, which is tough to do, of the mass media point. Now we gotta steal the mass media point. Pipe radiator research available? Not right now. Germany has joined the list of spacefaring nations by launching a small satellite to orbit.
It
Come for you eventually.
So very little for one tribe of humanity to look upon a second tribe as the other. Think of what will happen once hundreds of millions of kilometers lie between us. Chancellor Li Qingzao, Distributed Humanity.
We're going to Mars, everybody. Allows sending probes to Mars and intersystem asteroids and the construction of habitats at these locations. Allows exploration and construction at the Sun-Earth Lagrange points and asteroids in the Earth orbital region. The number of habitat mining modules we can support without paying mission control costs increases by 6. It's not important right now. It won't be for a while. Factions that contributed more will complete scans faster. We didn't contribute that much, but I contribute a little bit at the end. And then they're doing nuclear fission in space next to unlock the fission pile. I mean, that's a good one. I'll put some points into it, and then I'll do like 25% into that. Help them research it a bit. Okay, so we skipped the moon, which is weird. I don't think I've seen the AI skip the moon to go to Mars. So to launch a probe, a prospector probe to Mars, it's gonna cost us 5.5 boost and 19 cash reserves. So we've accumulated 13 boost available, mostly thanks to our organizations that we've been acquiring. So we can definitely send the prospector to Mars. And it'll be there in a little less than a year, 296, almost 297 days. A probe under the control of Humanity First has been launched toward Mars. It'll survey potential mining sites and allow the construction of habitats on the surface. Future notifications of this type will not trigger. Okay, that doesn't matter. We're the first ones to go. And then on top of that, there's also, of course, Phobos and Deimos, each with their own site here. There's a lot of water on Phobos, potentially. So I'm gonna send a probe there. I usually forget to send a probe to the moons. So we're gonna send a probe there. And also a probe to Deimos. And you can see that there's some various resources here. But we don't know exactly how much until the probe arrives. We know there's some water, we know there's some volatiles, we know that there's some metals, no fissiles. So we send the probe, it'll kind of give us a more exact number, and then we can compare what sites have how many resources and which ones we want to take control of, because there's a kind of an upper limit on how many we can control at one time, which is our mission control. We can develop mission control by taking over different countries and putting points into their mission control so they can sustain additional missions and projects, basically. But for now, we're just going to launch some probes there. And then, what am I looking for? You'll see that there's also a handful of other places that we are allowed to probe that may or may not be worth it. And then when you're sending probes, you also need to pay attention to the Earth launch window. Long story short, the further something is from Earth, the more expensive it is in terms of boost. The closer the thing is, the better. So higher number is worse. 50% is bad. 0% is ideal. That's going to be the cheapest. So right now it's the perfect launch window for Mars, which is crazy coincidental timing. So we just got a huge discount based on when the AI decided to research mission to Mars. So I'll take it. And the green arrow means that this number is going down and getting closer to 0, and the red arrow means that the number is going up and getting further from Earth. So like this one's 8% and getting further, but it would cost 4.1 boost, and there's not really going to be many resources there probably. So it's kind of like not a good use of our boost right now, in my opinion. I'd rather just save it for the Martian probes, because we're going to need boost in order to send any kind of missions there. Personally, I feel like the game should be changed so that you shouldn't be able, in my opinion, to make a outpost somewhere that you don't have a satellite. Simple as that. I feel like a satellite should be a prerequisite for making any kind of base. It feels weird that you can just skip it, and to the point where having an orbital station is generally like not good. You want to do the outpost first, then do the orbital station maybe. Feels strange.
We found something. Cleaning things up.
We found something. We found a little research boost. Massive hurricane has struck the Managua region in Nicaragua. Turkey under control of the Protectorate and Greece have ended their alliance. Crackdown. They keep doing a crackdown in Portugal and then like not taking it, which is weird.
Where to?
I'll tell you where to.
Where do you need me?
Let me turn you guys' volumes down. You're loud.
Your orders?
Standing by.
Okay, tanks of Frank. We got an 89 to take over the mass media spot. So I'm gonna spend like 4 influence to make it a 94.
Standing by for orders.
Ace Tech, look around South Africa for any signs of alien life.
Eyes up.
Reporting in.
And then I think the answer here is just continue to public campaign in France to get the rest of the spots. Though I could be wrong. We need to get that last spot in Italy also, but we don't have enough control point cap for all this. I might end up having to abandon the spot in Germany, because that's 20 control point cap, and France is... We'll go down to 168. It's about 30. We'll have enough for 2 of these, and we need 2 more. I might have to just abandon the Portugal one and the Germany one. I can abandon Belgium, Luxembourg if I need to. Ideally, you want to control all of them, but it takes time to consolidate.
We must persuade the people.
Yeah, I guess just keep doing public campaigns. France is the only objective right now.
Whatever you want to, so long as you keep out of our affairs.
The initiative wants to speak with you. They want a non-aggression pact and to improve relations, and they want me to give them 64 of our money for 0 of their boost. Am I reading this correctly? What a generous offer. Does this seem like a bad deal? Leave negotiations. I'm out.
Laying the groundwork.
Laying the groundwork.
That just means they're scared of me.
Prepping for mission.
Initiating recon.
Oh, look, we found some alien life forms. Good job, Ace. Ace Tech, when you look in this camera down here, all I see in the corner of my eye is like Zuckerberg too close to like a fisheye webcam checking in from home. Like he's talking to the people in the office right now. A little too close. And then I have to look down, and then he just plinks at me.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
It might be overkill, but we got 50% public opinion support in France now.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
More than 50.
Just imagine, Ifechi, how this world would change if we could mass manufacture building materials in an instant. Homes built for mere pennies, irrigation for every village, a brighter, fairer future for all. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, private correspondence.
We're gonna work carbon manipulation. Carbon nanotubes may now be researched, and that unlocks composite armor and graphene batteries. Those will go in spaceship designs in the future. Now they're doing vacuum electrostatic principles. What are you doing that for? Do we need ionic dust radiators right now? Nobody wants to go to the moon? Okay. Nobody wants to go to the moon. Maybe I need to take them to the moon. I'll start spending more research on nuclear fission. If I lead research by the time it's done, actually vacuum these are cheaper. Forget about fission. I'll do vacuum electrostatic just because it's only 1,000 research points. And that way I can steer us toward the moon. Project complete, the outpost core. This allows us to found outposts, which is very important for expansion. And then that is going to segue into a bunch of other labs and things that can attach to those outposts. A basic control center for a small planetary base. So if we wanted to have any business on Mars, we need an outpost. So we couldn't have even built it. It would have been really awkward if we like sent the probe there but didn't have this researched. But now we do. And I feel like we just go, now that we have that, we go from there to alien origin, because none of this other stuff is that important right now. I don't think. Alien origin is like our main quest line. Kind of like for overarching progression. All right, 96%. Project Exodus is set to lead. I'll put a few more points in. They might have more research than us. I don't know.
Control here.
Let's go.
Cleaning things up.
Tanks of Frank doing something good for once. We got a control point in France. Holy. And it's the mass media spot. Want to do knowledge. Teeny bit in government. Teeny bit in Unity. Actually, I don't think you need any in Unity right now. It does shift public opinion toward factions with control points in the nation, which is good. So we probably will want that in the other nations. And then funding, because I want to hold on these long term. And if you're going to hold long term, then funding will eventually be distributed to the owners of the control points. It makes our local income go up. And then we're going to want to pump boost and mission control here. Put some points into the army. That looks good. Got the first slot. France, under the control of the servants, and Portugal have ended their alliance. Well, there's 2 agents here. They're scared. We got to find out who they are. But why would I do that when I could just start doing more crackdowns? Let's do another crackdown. Turns out the all-in was worth it. The problem is it's going to get harder and harder to crack down because the reason we were doing so well is because they were over their control point cap. But since we took a control point away, that bonus is getting lower. You see what I'm saying? So that all-in was worth it. But I don't know if a second all-in is worth it. But I don't know if I want to spend. I mean, you do get 32. We do have 258 influence right now, and there's nothing more important going on. So I'm just going to say
Targeting their key people.
all in again.
Standing by
And this
for
spot
orders.
is the legislature, and the legislature gives you a bonus to purge missions against the executive in this nation. And it defends the executive from purges if controlled by the same faction. So if we snipe the legislature first, we have a much easier time taking the executive branch. That's a generally good strat to do when you're playing this game anyway. But the reason I took mass media is because now mass media, we get bonuses to public campaign missions, which is going to make us even more successful. And we're just going to kind of stay here.
What's the op?
Stay here, hang out. You could argue that it is worth going ahead and just like spending 20 influence. I'm just scared we're gonna run out of influence. Like, I don't know if I want to defend this yet.
Ready for orders.
Because we can't just keep affording to. All right, Ace Tech is just down here in South Africa attacking the aliens. Good luck.
Taking it to them.
The combat doctor.
Ready for my mission. I will try to sway the public.
The problem is I know there's other agents here. Sinless Moon, every faction knows where you are, so I'm just gonna have you go to ground for a turn. Go say what's up to Zambia.
Evading pursuit.
Oh yeah, weren't there more orgs? Not that I can afford. Well, I can afford Madisonian. Madisonian's okay. It's just, it gives you defend interest, control nation, and set national policy. +2 persuasion. Maybe. It's 118 freaking influence though, so if I don't know, I'm gonna hold it for now. Hello, Titan Nav, what's up? How's it going, gamer?
Going off the grid.
Going off the grid. Our chances are going down, like in real time. Why are our chances going down in real time?
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Okay, well, it's back up to 57. So we have a slightly better than coin flip chance for now. Our adversaries have cracked down in Portugal. New project available. Chemical rockets. Reduce the boost use for sending material from Earth to beyond low Earth orbit. Transport using boost will calculate cost using an exhaust velocity of 5.6 kilometers per second. Nova liquid rockets. Cool.
Crackdown complete.
Finally hitting coin flips. It was worth going all in. So we cracked down legislature. Now we got to try taking that. Sweden, under the protectorate, has decided to leave the European Union. This is unacceptable. We are going to reform the EU.
Destroyed.
Aztec believes we have wiped out the invasive flora and fauna in South Africa. Good job. Now we got to go find more. There's probably some we don't know where it is, because I didn't keep a close eye on it at the beginning of the game. So it could be in Ukraine or China at this point. Special project. Reusable rockets. National investment points we put toward boost are increased by 20%, and some new orgs are on the market. Gazania. Security. Hector rocketry. That's another +2 boost. The American Mafia. The problem is I don't have any criminals. So we're gonna miss out on like a ton. We're gonna miss out on a ton of factions. Hector rocketry is really good though, but it is gonna take like all my money. So the thing is, with every organization that's on the marketplace, these are not just there for you. They're there for the other factions. So one of the other factions, if they can afford it, will buy these and give them to their own agents and counselors, so me taking Hector rocketry gives me boost and mission control, but it doesn't just give it to me, it denies another faction from having it. So you kind of got to think about it like that. You can try to get a monopoly on things like boost early on if you're the first one on the scene. They'll still get stuff too, for sure. And they'll often have more money than me and more influence than me somehow. So they get companies that I can't. Officer Ace Tech, here's a Hector rocketry from Chennai. 2 boost a month, which we only have 4 boost a month, so it's a 50% boost increase. Highly worth. The United Kingdom and Portugal have ended their alliance. France and Bangladesh are now rivals. What is going on?
At your service.
Chill, man. All right, we're gonna try and purge the legislature now.
Removing our enemies.
Ready for my mission.
Is it dumb to just keep going back-to-back public campaigning? I don't think there's really going to be any control points that we need to like capture right now that we can afford. So I guess if it helps right now, then it helps.
I will try to sway the public.
Reporting in.
Okay, Sinless Moon, you can come back.
We'll make our appeal.
Everyone knows where Restless is. Restless, you go to ground 2. You go into hiding. We're gonna send you to the Luxor in Egypt.
Hunkering down.
I'm here.
And then Arathon, you do a little campaign as well.
I'm here.
There's another alien asset that we have in China that you can go attack. I'll send you with 2 ops.
Going in hot.
Oh, they're getting bad. They're starting to take over the trees and stuff. Okay, yeah, it's an important one. The game seems to closely mirror real-life politics and events. I take it that's deliberate. Yes. That is deliberate. It's supposed to be real life played straight, except PS, there's aliens, and how does humanity sort of either fracture because of their current problems or band together in order to deal with the larger threat. So we've detected with deep space telescopes, we have detected alien base in the Kuiper Belt on a planetoid called Quaoar, which is about 1,100 kilometers in diameter, I'm assuming, is what this is. So they are mining resources here with not 1 but 2 bases. tapping resources, building space fleets, and sending fleets to observe and mess with us right now. Speaking of aliens, do you have a personal take on the Great Filter or Dark Forest theories? Do you think we're the first spacefaring civ, or others have wiped themselves out, or there are more out there we just haven't been in contact with yet? My personal belief is that I am not sure whether we've ever been contacted. It's statistically unlikely, but I am absolutely confident that we're not alone in the universe. So that would be my personal opinion. So I would be suspicious that we've ever been contacted. I don't think it's impossible, because when you're dealing with things you can't understand, then things you can't understand can happen. So I have to accept that. So I think that it's possible that we've been contacted. I don't think that there's proof. In my heart, I would like to believe that we have been contacted, because it makes a lot of the history of humanity much funnier. You know? Like, that makes for a better story. And what is more human than a good story? Because it would be insane and awesome if, like, all the religions of the world were because we were contacted by aliens. Like, that would just be, that's a good story, man. You got us. Good job. I can't really blame my ancestors for getting all bent out of shape over some crazy alien coming down and doing some wild shit down here. But no, I think from a more realistic standpoint, the easiest solution, in my opinion, to the Great Filter, like, which I've famously, not famously, but I have been very outspoken in saying I think it's just dumb. Space is big is really the only thing that you need to understand. Space is so incomprehensibly big. For example, the oldest star, sorry, that's not what I meant to say. The most distant star we can observe. Not the oldest, I don't care about the oldest. The oldest star, or sorry, I keep saying that. The furthest star that we can currently observe was actually detected in 2022. So we've got James Webb, pictures of it, and Hubble. Hubble was the one that discovered it. And it's approximately 28 billion light years away, which again is a number that humans cannot comprehend. We cannot comprehend 28 billion light years in distance. Which means, mathematically, that even if an alien civilization could conquer our known physics and match or exceed the speed of light in travel, that it would still take them 28 billion years to get to us and be like, yo, we're alive. Even if they could go as fast as light. You know what I'm saying? So space is that big. And because space is that big and there's that many systems and that many planets and rocks in between us and that, I just think that it is silly to assume that we're special and we're the only life forms out there. And again, obviously nobody can prove it either way. This is just everyone's vibes against everyone else's vibes. But it's a simple premise of the classic, I think, therefore I am. If I am, then I can be. If I can be, then others can be also. And therefore are. It's not logical at all, but that's my logic. My logic is if we are, then the dice have been rolled so many billions and billions and hundreds of billions and trillions even of times across the galaxy that the odds are that they rolled life again more than once. So that's kind of why I think that there's no shot that we're alone. That's too many dice rolls. Funny thing about the farthest oldest star mix-up, they're probably one and the same. Are they? I thought the oldest star at one point was Methuselah. Is that not the case anymore? Arendelle versus Methuselah. This is from NASA in 2022. Arendelle should not be confused with the oldest known star, nicknamed Methuselah, discovered by Hubble in 2013. Okay, they did not elaborate, but they did write that on their blurb. The oldest could be outside the observable universe. Well, I'm just saying the oldest that we have observed. I'm not talking about the oldest, period. But yeah, the universe is, for all intents and purposes, infinitely large. It's infinite in the sense that it's a number incomprehensible to the average person, even if you can describe it numerically. By the sub-definition of infinite, at least, which is like not in a purely undefinable number, but like not infinite in a mathematics manner of speaking. Let's put it like that. Infinite in just a colloquial understanding. But is it expanding or collapsing? I don't know. I like both. Por qué no los dos? It expands until it collapses. Just the Asimov story where they finally get to the end of time, and then as the consciousness of the AI is finally fading, it ends with it creating the next universe, basically. And we're just on an infinite loop. Kind of like, you know when you turn off a big TV and the light just, and you get that like horizontal white line as it collapses on itself? And then you turn the TV on again and it expands to the edges of the TV screen. Just basically that, but over the course of billions of years. So why not both? It's fun to think about. Or it might give you existential dread, but it doesn't give me existential dread. I get existential dread from other things.
Going off the grid.
Is space curved? I don't know. You'll have to ask Einstein or Niels Bohr. And see what they have to say on it. Go to ground complete.
The people will come to our side.
Public campaign mission success. More.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Critical success. Okay. What gives you dread? I think there's, and at least for me, there's a natural defense that activates when I try to think too deeply about what I am. And it creates an onset of anxiety and panic if I focus on it for too long. It's like staring into the sun, you know? You can kind of like glance up toward the sun if you need to see something, like something's flying in the sky and you just want to look at it, as long as you look away pretty quick. But if you stare too long, it's not good for you, you know? And that's kind of how I feel whenever I am too introspective of digging into what it means to like be a bag of meat inside of a skeleton who's thinking thoughts, apparently. Like, the more I go into like, why is this working? Basic human functions stop working. I'm like, wait a second, how am I walking forward? Like, is my brain is subconscious is just directing it? You know, like the classic, I'm not trying to be a dickhead to you guys, but you know, like the classic, you're now blinking manually or whatever. It's like that, but writ large onto other normally autonomous functions, where I start to think about how certain things are happening. I'm like, wait a second, did I tell my arm to reach out and grab this drink and then drink it? And like, wait, now I have to manually like swallow the liquid in the, oh man, these were things that were happening automatically a second ago, but because I became conscious of them, they're not working anymore. And then that starts to freak me out. I'm like, how is this working the rest of the time? And so that starts to just cycle in on itself. An excessive amount of mindfulness, yes. No thoughts, head empty is truly the best way to live. Unfortunately, you can't force that. I'm a psychology major, and meditation as a practice can genuinely have negative side effects if overdone. Yeah, like, it could just be, I wouldn't say it's existential dread as much as maybe just the onset of the brain rebelling via sudden onset panic or something. But it could be as simple as just being in the shower and it's like, okay, I'm washing my hair. And when you're washing your hair, you close your eyes because you don't want the soap to get in your eyes. And so then when your eyes are closed long enough, your brain starts to wander. Sometimes, even though it's only been 30 to 60 seconds of washing your hair, you open your eyes again, it's like, whoa, I feel like I just transported back into a different world somehow. Like your brain starts filling in the rest. And I'm like, why did that happen? Or how did that even occur just now? You snap back to reality. Or you wake up from a dream and it felt like you're short of breath, you had a crazy nightmare, and it felt like you were there for a week in the dream or something, and you're like, wait a second, none of that was real. I didn't just have a fight with someone that I haven't talked to in 10 years or something like that, you know? Having to readjust your reality each time.
Score one for the good guys.
Also, there's an ad coming in because it's been 6.5 hours, so turn your volume down if you're an ad watcher. And we can yap some more.
Our people have taken control. Wrapping up here.
Big time moves. All right, we got 2 spots in France. So I'm going to be greedy and try and take the executive after this without defending. We'll see what happens.
The less we burn, the longer we will survive. And the less we depend upon burning our natural resources, the fewer territorial conflicts we will suffer. It is forever bewildering to me how few of us can accept this simple concept. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, lecture at Beyond Fossil Fuels Conference.
Do you feel a desire to return to the sea? No. I've never felt the desire to return to the sea. I want to stay on land. Hello, Night is Fine. You're here just in time for the ad break. Thank you for 78 months of sub. We're on Earth because we're too stupid to make spaceships right now. But we did just send a probe to Mars, so we can take over a little bit of Mars. I want to return to the trees. Well, there's no trees here, so you're not going to find any in Las Vegas. I'll tell you that. Sidge Leggy, thank you also for the 24-month sub I missed a bit ago, and thanks for 2 years of sub. And Ace Tech, thank you for gifting us up to Jackal. CM, appreciate the gift sub. I don't know if I was AFK or what. And then True Blade was also in there for almost approaching 3 years. What's up, True Blade? But yeah, I don't really, I wouldn't say I get existential dread so much as, I think the closest it gets is trying to figure out consciousness. That, like, when I think too deep and recognize the brain too much, then it starts to set in a little bit. The brain is like, don't look at me, bro. Nobody, don't pull back the curtain, okay? No peeking back here. Gotta keep the puppet show going. Other than that, like, the meaning of life or whatever doesn't really bother me. That kind of stuff. You must love the topic of epiphenomenalism. I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna Google it real quick. Plato.stanford.edu. The view that mental events are caused by physical events in the brain but have no effect upon any physical events. Behavior is caused by muscles that contract upon receiving neural impulses, and neural impulses are generated by input from other neurons or from sense organs. On this view, mental events play no causal role in this process. Huxley, who held the view, compared mental events to a steam whistle that contributes nothing to the work of a locomotive. James, who rejected this view, characterized their mental events as not affecting the brain activity that produces them, quote, any more than a shadow reacts upon the steps of the traveler whom it accompanies. I don't think this bothers me because I would have to read more about it, especially in layman's terms, because I'm definitely not like a studied in philosophy individual. But I guess I'm not, I'd have to say, what is the point of it? What is the bottom line? Oh, okay, so the bottom line is basically just that, like, you're a passenger in your own body. Like, things are happening, you're doing stuff, and your consciousness is sort of not having any influence on what you're physically doing. Okay. the brain is just piloting a mech suit by itself, and you're just like, is there a portion of philosophy that I would say, personally, my feelings are that there's a partial truth there, but I don't think that's an entire truth. I've shared a weird belief that I have based on how my brain is splintered, or feels splintered, into multiple subsects that sort of work together. Where I don't think I could go all in on epiphenomenalism, if I'm pronouncing it right, entirely, because I think it's too reductive. I think that there's a portion of the brain for which that's true. But I think that you share the driver's seat with a conscience that is able, consciousness, brain not working already, that is able to kind of like hand me the controls for a minute and let me do something. Like someone who leans over the subconscious and is like, hang on, let me take the mouse real quick. I'll show you how to do this. You know, like you're where it's right, and that is happening to a degree, but you can step in and take manual control. That's how I feel. And there's to some extent like a I don't know, because that's just how it feels. The things I was just saying, where you're like sort of doing something on autopilot, but then when you become cognizant of it and try to do it purposefully, sometimes it can make it harder to do, but you can still do it. Have you heard about split brain experiments? I have, yeah. Actually, split brain experiments made that makes it sound like they split people's brain up on purpose. I'm not saying that they never did that, but the ones that I saw when I was taking psychology classes in college that left an impact on me were the ones where it was just part of a otherwise necessary surgery. Like, it wasn't like, hey, we want to see what happens when we split your brain in multiple parts. It was like a treatment for something. Severe epilepsy? Okay, I can't remember what it was. And that was just the result. I don't want to learn anymore. Listen, Ray, you get what you get. Also, 1 minute before you said, can we stop? You said, yeah, exclamation point. The brain is just piloting a flesh mech suit. Okay, so you're contributing to this. And then 1 minute later, your brain is like, whoa, I don't like this anymore. You're getting too close to the truth. See, that's what I'm talking about. It shuts down. And you're like, the more you think about it, the more the shields start to activate. And it was like, wait a second. I shouldn't have gone down this rabbit hole. I gotta stop. See? There's like a part of your brain that's throwing on the brakes. Glorp disrupting your brain waves. Okay, but anyway, if you don't know what the split brain stuff was, basically, the corpus callosum, if I'm pronouncing that right, is severed somehow. That's what connects both hemispheres of the brain. And in the people that they observed, I want to say it was in like the 60s or 70s when they did this. Let me see if I can find it on Wikipedia. Okay, it was a bunch of research by Roger Sperry and his colleagues. They demonstrated that a disconnected... Yeah, this is, I think it's in the 1960s. Yeah, the report was from 1967, called The Split Brain in Man. They demonstrated that a disconnected right hemisphere of the brain could handle basic language tasks and was stronger in processing spatial information, music, and emotional content. On the other hand, the isolated left hemisphere functioned for analytical reasoning and full language abilities. Sperry earned a Nobel Prize in Physiology in 1981. And medicine. They examined that how the two hemispheres function independently of one another after a corpus callostomy, where they were treating severe epilepsy by severing the corpus callosum. 10 patients had undergone the surgery at that time, and 4 were participating in their research. The patients showed distinct cognitive patterns, yet their personalities and emotions were still intact. So they did a visual and tactile and combination test. So this is where it got interesting. In the visual tests, participants fixated on the center of a light board. Sorry, a light board. While bulbs, I was trying to say bulbs before it was time. Participants fixated on the center of a light board, while bulbs flashed in both visual fields, so both their eyes. They were asked to report what they saw, and they described only the lights presented in the right visual field, even though the left could still see something different. They were asked to point to the flashed lights, and they could accurately indicate lights on both sides. Each hemisphere was receiving visual information, but only the left one could verbally report it. I have had issues in my actual life in the past where I could never figure out what it was, but sometimes I would be sitting there and I'd be thinking something, and I would think, you need to say that, you need to communicate that, and I couldn't speak for a few seconds. I don't know what it was, but it was just like something was unwilling to open and start forming words to communicate for whatever reason. But it's basically like it could see information but not say it. I totally understand your existential angst toward this now. So in the tactile tests, they would have participants hold an object in one hand without seeing it. When the object was in their right hand, the left side of the brain could recognize it and then say what it was. But when they put it in their left hand, the right side could tell what it was, but couldn't say what it was. They also could not pick out the object from similar ones, which showed that the right side of the brain, or the right side, could feel the object, but couldn't form words to say what it was. Very, very interesting, in my opinion. There's more research, but there was some research that challenged their findings. Doesn't really elaborate that much. Later studies challenged some of their conclusions. Maybe whoever wrote this Wikipedia. In the 1980s, Levy argued that hemispheres function in an integrated way, that no cognitive task relies on only one side of the brain. In 1998, a study by Hammett and Billiard reported that humans born without the corpus callosum showed information transfer between the two hemispheres, suggesting that subcortical pathways remain in these patients, but it's not clear if they remain in split brain patients. Okay, anyway, We digress a lot, but it's interesting to me. The human body is just kind of wild in general. Correct. The human body is just kind of crazy in general. And the more you think about all of its different little things, the weirder it gets. Your brain just being two dudes talking to each other via a tin can phone. Well, I mean, it's still connected, so it's just one brain for a while. The following tech may now be researched. Electrostatic propulsion. Good, good, good. Uh-oh. Is it time to give up our seat in Germany to take the rest of France? Possibly. We're at our max control point cap. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I find fascinating and terrifying about the brain, for sure. What do the triangles and the oceans do? They're basically like shortcuts to help you click on a nation that might be otherwise kind of small when you're zoomed out. So it's like, if I'm zoomed out here, but I click on this, it's Belgium, Luxembourg, so I don't have to find like Belgium, Luxembourg right there. Or if I want to click on these islands, I don't have to get pixel perfect, I just click on the triangle next to them.
Orders?
My orders? Go to Switzerland.
Securing our control.
Acknowledged.
And then... I'm kind of too lazy to defend these points, but I probably should defend them. Because the alternative is a crackdown, which will take forever. So I'm gonna spend a little to do exactly that. Then we're gonna try and crack down the executive branch. I don't know if it... I'm not gonna go all in on 64 influence. That's too much, I'll do 32.
Going after their people.
Where to?
And then we just want even more campaigns, even more campaigns. Oh, and you've got to level up. All right, we're gonna give you an admin. Oh, we can make you a criminal. Arathon, that might actually give you, well, you have 0 espionage and 2 investigation. So, that's a lot of missing points. But being able to make you a criminal might actually, like, give you some value. But it also costs 200 bucks. So I'm not gonna do that. I'll give you an admin. And leave it at that for now. And then Sinless Moon, you've got command. But I don't want to go too hard on it. But if we go harder on it, then increase unrest and coups are pretty good. They are pretty good. Let's do a 10th admin. And go from there. Are you a crunchy or smooth peanut butter guy? I'll take either one.
Making things safe for our people.
Whichever. I would say if you want to combo, if you like a good peanut butter and honey sandwich occasionally, which can be low-key pretty amazing, then smooth. You don't do crunchy with honey, I don't think. But I would say crunchy with like a traditional jelly or jam. It's pretty good.
Protecting our interests.
Protect our interests. But yeah, the brain, I've kind of spoken at length of it, but I would say it's like to me, it's like three separate beings all working together to steer. You know? I think the first one is the subconscious that's just on autopilot, taking care of all your basics. Like you can do whatever you want, and it's still gonna... You're driving a car, you're on the road, but you're not there. The subconscious is taking care of that. You know what I mean? It's staying in the lanes, it's going a consistent speed, it's not gonna crash into anybody, it's just going. Then you've got like I don't know what to call it, but basically the imagination. The part that just kind of like lives outside of reality, that allows you to feel things that you can think of, which is a trait that is not necessarily unique to humans, but is something that humans are great at that most other life forms are not, right? Animals, by and large, maybe like an elephant, dolphin exception or something like that. I don't know how you track an animal's imagination, but as far as we know, we're the only ones who can actually think of something that doesn't exist but feel like it does. Like perfectly. You know, even if it will never exist, for a moment we can trick ourselves into thinking that it does. Just make stuff up out of thin air and it feels real. And then the third one is the bridge between those two that, like I said, is the one that's like, hey, let me grab the controls real quick. I need to do something important. When you actually like sit up in your metaphorical chair and have to do something that's not autopilot and isn't in the realm of imagination. And you're just sharing control between all three of those. And sometimes the imagination steps in and takes control, because what do you think is going to happen when you go to sleep? You know what I mean? You're like, psh, pass the baton. Here you go. I'm going to sleep. You're about to come up with all sorts of crazy shit that we don't even know why you feel rested after this, or why all these living creatures have to power down for so many hours each night and charge their batteries. Your turn. So I would say it's 3. Where do emotions stay in these 3 realms? I mean, emotions are kind of not real, right? As in, they're not tangible. So I would say it's the imagination. Or at least like it's how you perceive them. Emotions can change based on real stimuli, but your perception of them is perceiving something that doesn't exist. I'm gonna try that in an argument sometime. Okay, but your controller could step in and just not have the argument.
The people will come to our side.
You could be like, you know what, rest of us inside here, it's not worth it. I know I'm getting worked up over it, but maybe I shouldn't argue this time. Gotta cut it off before it starts.
We are winning their hearts and minds.
All right, I don't know if this is enough. What's my chance?
Mission in
28.
progress.
That's not very high. Maybe we get lucky for once.
We laud the Romans for
Mass
assimilating
driver research?
rather than exterminating other nations. But we should not forget that their siege weapons were terrible things to behold. History is littered with accounts of opponents simply surrendering as they watch Roman catapults approaching their walls. Colonel Hans Castillo guest lectured to officer candidates.
He's getting quieter for some reason. I was turning the volume up. I'd add that emotions have physical components expressed in tension or body temp. Sure, yeah. That's why I'm just saying that in my perception of reality, it's three working together. They're not ever exclusive. So the emotions affect the subconscious, which is what is causing the physical reactions in terms of like tension or body temp, like you say. Like you get frustrated at something and your face turns red because your face is getting hot. And then your actual consciousness is what decides to act on those, right? In my hypothetical here. They'd be the one that's like, okay, I take how I'm feeling and I take how it's making me feel, and then I do something. Like I'm acting right now. I need to take, I need to take over and tell this guy what I think. You know, like that's you trying to push over and like take the controls for a second. You know what I mean? Put a different way, chat. This is something that's always befuddled me. Think about this. Have you guys ever had a speech class where you maybe either write down what you intend to say? You don't have to read it verbatim, but you're sort of like pre-planning to give a speech, and then you deliver a speech in front of your class or whatever, and kind of have just like points you want to hit, things you know you want to talk about, and you're graded on how well you delivered that speech. You might even, like, I think what I used to do was I would write the whole speech out. I would try to memorize sections of it because we would get like docked points if we just held up a piece of paper and read the entire thing straight away. But it was okay to like look down, then I would make like large marks on my page at different sort of key points that I wanted to speak on. Why does that feel completely different from any other way that you communicate? When you're talking to family member, friends, anybody, speaking out loud, you don't think of the words you're gonna say before you say them. 99 out of 100 times. Words just emerge. I had no idea that I was about to say what I just said, for example, but I spoke it into existence. I'm not sure why or how. I don't even know why I'm still talking. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm gonna say next because I haven't thought it through. How is that happening? Streamer has a mental break on stream. No, I'm just like, I just find that fascinating, you know? Like if you just right now, no one can hear you chat unless your microphone is open on Discord. Just start talking, like say something. How did you know what you were gonna say before you said it? Who decided that? Did you consciously decide to say that? Or subconsciously decide to say whatever it is that you said? But if you are given like a speech or something and you pre-plan it, you can do that too, and no problem, right? You can like memorize something. You go like, okay, I want to hit these 10 points, kind of talk about them. But the rest of the time, it's just flying off the handle. Psh, things are just emerging from your vocal cords. I think we might think differently. I certainly think of the things I say. When That's not true. You can do that for certain circumstances. Like, for example, like let's say you want to go ask somebody to go to dinner. You know, maybe could be a family member, could be a friend, could be a romantic interest, whatever. You might plan ahead, like how do you want to broach a subject, or maybe you want to talk about something sensitive with a family member or something, or yeah, you could do that. But most of the time, 99% of the time, if somebody goes up to you and is like, hey, so like your coworker or something comes up to you and is like, did you see what the boss did in the kitchen yesterday? He came in and said that we need to go back and clean the sinks. You don't have like a Telltale Games moment with a 15-second timer ticking down. I'm like, okay, I can pick option A, option B, C, or D. And then you're silently contemplating all the possible responses, and the other person is just like sitting there doing like an idle animation, waiting for you to decide which response you're gonna take. You know, like you just say something like, God damn it, not again, you know? We just cleaned that. You're gonna just say something. The NPCs aren't waiting for you to go through all the possible dialogue trees. Wait, you get 15 seconds for your quick time events? You just react and words come out. And I'm just trying to figure out how the hell that happens so consistently. The inverse is weird for me. I hear my thoughts as an internal monologue, and I can choose to still have the thought but not say it internally. I hear my thoughts as an internal monologue. Sure, I would say that I can hear my thoughts, like generally speaking, I think in words. So I would, if you describe that as like hearing yourself internally, I guess I could understand that. But you're saying that you choose to tell yourself to kind of shut up and that you just feel what you wanted to say instead? And you just like stop hearing your internal monologue? I definitely think phonetically. Yeah, I think phonetically also. I feel like most people do, but I'm not sure. Is your inner voice cool? My inner voice is always thinking of like awesome comebacks that I should have said, but I didn't think about it until the next day in the shower. Ita, would you like to go to dinner with chat? No, absolutely not. I also will never unpause this game again. We're just going to talk about like vague hypotheticals from now on. Space mining and refining technology with mass... Oh, the mass drivers are the prerequisite for being able to basically, in the universe, when you start to get outposts set up, and those outposts can mine resources, this is how they sort of hand wave simulate how you get those resources to where they need to go. You sort of slingshot them through mass drivers. You don't have to actually do anything. It just happens in the background. I have...
Hit them where it hurts.
Oh, crackdown success? We finally got lucky with only a 28%? Oh. Wow. Maybe the rolls are coming back around. Probably do need to abandon Germany after this. I have hyperphantasia, so I think in images, sounds, and colors. Words are sort of what comes right after each of those. I don't think I would... I definitely don't have hyperphantasia. Where mental images are so vivid they can be confused with reality. The opposite of aphantasia, where mental visual imagery is not present, The experience of hyperphantasia is more common than aphantasia. It's been described as vivid as real seeing. Hyperphantasia constitutes all 5 senses within vivid mental imagery. Although literature on the subject is dominated by visual mental imagery research, with a lack of research on the other 4 senses. Research was most commonly completed by self-report questionnaires, such as the vivid... I mean, how else would you do it? No one else is going to tell you what's going on up here. You know what I mean? Like, hey, listen, lie down and I'll tell you what's happening in your brain. It'd have to be self-reporting. They did a questionnaire in 1973. David Marks evaluates the vividness of an individual's mental imagery out of a score of 80. Individuals scoring 75 to 80 are deemed hyperphantasics and are estimated to constitute about 2.5% of the population. I'm just looking. Vivid imagery has been correlated to several mood disorders, particularly anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, major depressive, and bipolar. Having hyperphantasia may worsen symptoms of such disorders by increasing ruminating thoughts, as well as acting as an emotional amplifier. For example, vivid, quote, flash forwards. I won't read the rest, but basically you imagine... Damn, do I have hyperphantasia? I'm just kidding. I don't think so. I don't think so, but the part that's getting me now is this. Hyperphantasics have reported more sensory details of episodic memories and future event constructions. Huh, interesting. Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do you know if you have hyperphantasia? Like, I guess what would be the key? That's what I was trying to figure out. It's the spidey sense. Like, what clued you in, core vocation? How did you figure it out? That one guy tells you, he scores you out of 80. That's true. He might be dead by now, though, because that was in the, like, 60s or 70s. Oh, the Academy is abandoning Italy. So that spot's just down there. We got aliens in Guatemala. Crash down of a UFO in Guatemala City. We're gonna send Ace Tech. New organizations as well. Research in science. Lots of research in science. Nothing that we want. I know because I was diagnosed with it as a consequence of childhood and later adulthood assessment for autism. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't trying to get personal. I was just curious if you got, like, someone told you, or did you, like, start just feeling a specific way and, like, research it and be like, huh, that describes it to a T. So I was curious, like, what, I guess, the specific, I don't want to call them symptoms, but just the sort of clues. Complicated words and concepts become sounds, even music, and oftentimes colors and evocative visual scenes. Gotcha. New rivalry, France and Libya. Stop influencing France, man. I'm trying to get in here. Got a 93 on the new spot.
The opposition.
Acknowledged.
Okay, maybe we can stop influencing popular opinion here. Yeah, it kind of sounds like synesthesia. Yeah, which is kind of visualize. I thought that was visualizing words as music and things. Other people's experiences are fascinating. Yeah, everybody has a different perspective, you know? Everyone's got a different day-to-day, moment-to-moment experience. It's really cool. Sometimes it can be cool, obviously. For some things it can be scary, but I'm not trying to diminish anyone else's experience. I'm just saying everyone's got a different POV. Hearing about that can be cool. I don't know where to go. Restless? I guess you could start inspiring people. Like Arathon.
I'll make sure they're on our side.
Ready.
Ready to go.
Okay, Ace Tech, go check out the aliens that just dropped.
Ready to go. At your service.
Arathon. I guess just do another campaign in France until the job is done. Until the job is done.
We'll make our appeal.
Forgot to set my interests in France. I'm probably gonna edit these. I need to I did defend the points I already have, just to be safe.
I couldn't get through to them.
You couldn't inspire them. Not inspirational, Restless. After my concussion 7 years ago, I still have to describe words for others because I can't recall what it's called. I have that, but I didn't get the concussion.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
It's so I'll always do that. I'll just be talking to Alice and I'll be like in the middle of a sentence. I do this in chat all the time too. I'm like, wait a second. What was the name of that? It's the thing with the stuff. And then she'll immediately go, oh, you meant this? I'm like, yes, how did you know that? Anyway, and she'll just guess it on the first try with no information, just to like, she's basically like predictive text on a cell phone, but for my brain, you know? Where I can't finish a sentence or finish a thought. I'm trying to think of a person or I give one abstracted clue. You guys do this too, often. But then again, there's more of you, so you have more chances to be right. That's ADHD, I do the exact same thing. Is that just ADHD? That had a function of that all the time. That happens every day, it feels like, is I'll go, okay, so 2 things before I forget. Number 1 is I need to do this, this, and this. And number 2, I forgot. Just every single time. I'm trying to like get the information out before it escapes, and in the process of getting it out, it escapes. Or I'll try to write, they're just like, oh, just write stuff down. And I'll start writing it down and then forget the second or third thing before I can write it down. And I'm actively trying to log it. Oh, we got Mission to the Moon? I didn't even realize I was helping with Mission to the Moon. But I am. I'll put a little more research into that. Slovenia is leaving the European Union. The European Union is dissolving. Slovakia has also left. Man, they're getting everybody. Croatia has left the European Union. We're gonna have to go take them over and bring them back in. There is no other way.
Here's what we found.
We are in control now.
Purge critical success. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we have the executive of France, but we have too many control points right now. It's not too bad, but we need this point, and I should have tried to take the Italian point. Nope, someone else did. Probably better I didn't go for it. They might defend it, but if they don't, then I need to try and yoink it from them. Our army of France is now taken away from the servants and under our control. Big dub. Big dub. It's going to cost us 17 influence a month right now. I probably do need to go ahead and just abandon the Germany point. Which I don't even... How do you even do that? Policy abandonation basically gives a crackdown, but gives us our control point cap back. Okay. Defend Greece. So, Ace Tech, you surveil.
Initiating surveillance.
Your orders?
Sinless Moon, you defend Greece. We might actually have to abandon Greece here soon, but we'll see. I'll try to keep it.
Securing our interests.
I'm here.
Tank the Frank. You need to crack down. There's no way we're gonna get this lucky again, right? Probably not. I think you just gotta roll the dice. Or we try and do a purge in Italy. Is not going to be as successful.
Cracking down.
Where do you need me?
Okay. I guess just keep doing public campaigns until we're the only one in France. Someone can start in Italy, though, because I want to kick out the resistance. And we got an army. I'm going to tell that army to hunt xenoforms. The French army. Can Switzerland join the EU? We have to consolidate power in France. And then once we can, then we can add people to the Federation. So after 132 days of control, then we can add Albania, Iceland, and others if we had control of them. But we're going to have to, like, manage relations. That's going to be a whole issue. Okay. I think I was trying Humanity First back in March. I didn't get to play very long. Humanity last. EU. And that is where we're going to chill for tonight. Loud beep. Extremely loud beep. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks again, 9 is fine for the 70 month sub. We got metaphysical today. Tomorrow we go down below into the waters of Subnautica. Into the waters of the nautical depths. So I will see you guys for testing out Subnautica 2. Hopefully it's good. I would very much like it to be good. That would be nice. I don't know if it will be, but we're going to see. All right, gamers. I'm going to send you out on an end of stream raid. For some reason, Avic is streaming for 11 hours, so you can go say hi to Avic. I don't know how much longer it's going to be streaming, but gaming, I guess. Playing Dwarf Eats Mountain. Maybe I'll take a look at Dwarf Eats Mountain and see. Maybe we'll check that out if it looks cool. Go see what it is, because someone in chat mentioned it earlier. All right, I'll see you over there. Go give it a nice strong raid. I'll catch you tomorrow. Come back then for Thursday and Subnautica 2 early access. Hopefully it'll be a good time. I'm gonna get some food, wind down. I'll catch you for the next one. Good night. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the conversation. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for existential dread. Hopefully I didn't give anyone anxiety. But if I did, you're in good company. All right. Bye, everyone. Good night. Now get out.